three vehicles involved.
All right, lawyer. Yes, I did. Lawyer.
Do you recall what those vehicles were?
I do.
Can you please tell us?
Sure. The first vehicle I looked at was a 2023 Mitsubishi Eclipse crossover, silver in color. Second vehicle was a 2002 blue Dodge Ram truck. And the third vehicle was a 2005 Chevy Cobalt, red in color.
And how did the lab receive those vehicles?
They were driven down to the lab by law enforcement. Typically, they come in on a flatbed, escorted by a squad car.
And in this case, were these vehicles escorted by a representative from the Dodge County Sheriff's Office?
I believe they all were, yes.
What was the first vehicle that you processed?
The first vehicle I looked at was the 2023 Mitsubishi Eclipse.
And could you just walk us through the process that you, generally the process that you took in processing that?
Sure. The first thing we'll do is take intake photos. So while the truck's typically still on the flatbed or just inside of our garage, we'll do overall photos. So photos from all angles going around the vehicle from a distance. The next step will be doing individual areas of the car. So we'll open the driver's door, take pictures of the door, the seat. Then we'll do the rear driver's side, trunk, the right rear passenger, the right front passenger, and then the under the hood if it's necessary. After those photos are taken, we'll inventory everything. So we put out white sheets. We'll write front driver's side, and then anything that's found in that vicinity will get put on the white pieces of paper. Notes will be taken on what was collected, and then photos of the white sheet are taken. And then any testing for evidentiary value, screening tests for blood typically will be completed, and then those items will be collected and packaged up as evidence if found.
Mr. Nallid, I am showing you what's been previously marked as exhibits 297 through 349. Can you just briefly look through those images? And do you recognize those, what I just handed you?
I do, yes.
And are those images that were taken at the crime lab of the Mitsubishi Eclipse in this case?
They were, yes.
And are those all true and accurate representations of your observations of the Eclipse?
One of our photographers actually took the intake photos for this vehicle only, but I looked at it the following day that after these photos were taken, and yes, it looked just like this.
Your Honor, I'd ask that exhibits 297 through 349 be admitted. They were previously provided to defense counsel.
Any objection?
No.
And I'd ask permission to publish. All right, directing your attention to the screen. Is this the same image as Exhibit 297 in front of you?
Yes,
And can you tell us, what are we looking at here?
this would be the front of the Mitsubishi Eclipse cross.
And going to 298, what are we looking at here?
The rear of that same vehicle.
And then looking at Exhibit 299.
It would be the left side of the vehicle.
Can you tell us, what are we seeing here? These red strips.
That's evidence tape. Typically doors and trunks and anything that can open on a vehicle will be evidence taped and initialed by whoever's packaging it. That's just to show that the item wasn't tampered with during transport.
And then this particular vehicle had come from, was escorted by the Dodge County Sheriff's Office, but had come from Adams County, correct?
To my knowledge, that's correct.
And it had been previously inventoried by Adams County Sheriff's Office.
Correct.
Going on to Exhibit 300, what are we looking at here?
That's an image from through the vehicle from what would be the driver's seat.
So you indicated before that you initially take pictures from all angles and then focus in on anything of particular interest, correct?
Correct.
Was there anything of particular interest from just the driver's side of this vehicle?
Nothing from the actual driver's side, no.
And looking at Exhibit 301, what is this picture of?
This is the driver's seat.
And during your processing, did you observe anything of evidentiary value there?
No.
And moving on to 302.
That would be the back of the driver's seat.
And again, was there anything of evidentiary value observed in that area?
No.
Now moving on to 303, what are we looking at here?
That would be the inside rear passenger's door.
And 304, what are we looking at there?
The same door, just a mid-range photo, so slightly closer.
And is that typical of the way pictures are taken when you're processing this?
Yes, typically we'll take overall pictures from farther out than mid-range, so zoomed in a little bit. And then if there's any items or areas that we really want to document more in depth, there'll be close-ups of those as well.
Was there anything of interest that was noted about this door?
No.
All right, moving on to Exhibit 305. What are we looking at there?
That would be the rear right passenger seat.
You mentioned earlier that if anything is inside the vehicle, that then it would be taken out and placed on a white piece of paper for inventory. Was there anything in this photograph that you had to do that for?
Yes, that yellow cap, and then there's an orange tag.
And moving on to 306, can you tell us what we're looking at there?
Yes, it's that same orange cap and then an orange Goodwill tag.
And so, is this on that white sheet that you described earlier?
Yes, it is.
Moving on to 307, what is this an image of?
This would be the trunk with the door open.
Was there anything of interest in this area?
There's an air freshener hanging from the rear hook there.
Am I circling that air freshener now?
Yes, you are.
When you first were processing the vehicle, did you make any observations about it as you opened and got into the vehicle?
There was a pretty significant scent of decomposition.
And what do you mean by significant?
It's hard to describe the smell. Once you smell it once, you'll recognize it every time after. I don't know what else to say.
Was it difficult to detect that odor?
No, not at all.
All right, moving on to 308. What perspective do we have here?
This would be inside the front passenger's door.
So at this point in the processing, are you simply just opening the door and then taking a picture of how it just as you observe it? Is that right?
Yes, without touching anything.
Going on to 309. What do we have here?
Just a slightly different angle of the previous image. There's a frog stuffed animal in the front passenger seat, and an ice scraper is angled.
Moving on to 310. What are we looking at here?
Those two items removed from the vehicle and put on the white sheet and photographed as previously explained.
Moving on to 311.
That's just a close-up of that frog stuffed animal, and there's some reddish brown staining on it.
And Your Honor, could we dim the lights for this photo? Is the staining that you referred to present in this area?
Yes.
And then 312, please. And I just want to confirm that the image that we're looking at is the same as is marked 312, 312 in front of you.
Correct, yes.
Okay. What are we looking at here?
The same image of that frog stuffed animal just flipped over.
And then moving on to 313. What are we looking at here?
A zoomed in image of that same frog stuffed animal.
And what, if anything, of interest is in the very center of that picture?
More reddish brown staining.
Now, what happens to, or what happened to that frog after you were done processing the vehicles?
If we have items that aren't going to be collected as evidence and marked as actual items, we'll just put them back in paper bags and then return them to the area of the vehicle that they were removed from originally.
And then are those materials then taken into custody by the investigating agency?
Yeah, everything is returned to the investigating agency.
Mr. Nallid, are there gloves in front of you?
I have a pair.
And Mr. Nallid, do you have scissors in front of you?
I do not see scissors.
All right. Well, I've brought to you what's been marked as Exhibit 380. I've got scissors for you here.
All right.
Is Exhibit 380 currently in an evidence bag?
It's in a large paper bag.
And is that sealed with evidence tape?
Yes, it is.
Could you please open that bag? And can you tell me what's inside that bag?
It appears to be, excuse me, it appears to be that same frog stuffed animal.
And the best you can, you remove it from the bag? And if you wouldn't just mind standing and holding it up. And is that the same green stuffed frog that was removed from the Mitsubishi Eclipse?
It appears to be, yes.
And the same that we see portrayed in the images?
Yes.
I move admission of Exhibit 380.
Any objection to receiving a fraud?
No.
In 18 years, I'm receiving a fraud into the record.
All right, now moving on to Exhibit 314. What do we see there?
That's just a closer up image of the ice scraper.
And that's the ice scraper that was taken from the front passenger seat of the Mitsubishi Eclipse, correct?
Correct.
All right, moving on to 315.
It's the same image to show some reddish brown staining just above the handle.
And then 316, 316.
Even more zoomed in of the same area of the ice scraper.
And now directing your attention to Exhibit 317. What area of the car is that capturing?
That'd be the center console.
And then 318.
Also the center console.
And what do we see in that picture in the center console?
And those are two vapes.
And again, were those removed?
Yes, they were.
And can we take a look at Exhibit 319? What are we looking at here?
Those items, as well as 3 pens that were also in the center console, removed and photographed on the white sheet of paper.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 381. Can you first just tell me what you're looking at as far as the packaging?
Sure. This is packaging that I packaged on July 1st, 2024. It's labeled with our case number, marker 5, red and black, Oni, I'm not sure how to pronounce it, ONEE stick, Smart 25K strawberry vape.
And has that bag been opened?
After packaging, yes, it was opened by the DNA analyst on this case.
And then is it opened in front of you? Is there a slit on the top?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And then can you remove the item from inside? And does that appear to be the same vape that was recovered from the Mitsubishi Eclipse?
Yes, it does.
And when you process that, then where did that go? What was the next step for that vape?
After packaging it, I brought it up to the evidence unit, and then when a DNA analyst takes the case, they'll pick up the evidence from our evidence technicians.
I'd move admission of Exhibit 381.
No objection.
Be received.
All right, then moving on to Exhibit 320. What are we looking at there?
That's the bottom of the Mountain Dew bottle that was in the center console with some reddish brown staining on it.
Is that observed here?
Yes.
All right, now turning to Exhibit 321. Again, I just want to confirm that the image in front of you is the same, which is marked 321 is the same as being displayed.
Yes, it is.
Okay. What are we looking at here?
This is a mid-range shot of the interior of the front right passenger door.
And looking now at 322.
That's a slightly more zoomed in picture of that same door.
And Your Honor, at this point, could we also dim the lights for these pictures? Sure. Thank you. I want to direct your attention to this area here right in the middle. Can you, at this point, just tell us what we're looking at there?
Sure. It's hard to see in the picture, but there's some reddish brown staining in that area.
And moving on to Exhibit 323. Can you tell us what we're looking at there?
A zoomed in image of that same area to show the size of any staining. Sometimes we'll put a scale on there, which is what that white sticker is.
So when we start seeing these stickers, does that signify that that was part of that next process in processing the car?
It can possibly be for additional testing, yes.
But also, it's at that point you are specifically identifying areas of interest. Is that fair?
Yes.
And then moving on to 324. What are we looking at here?
Similar picture, just slightly zoomed in of that same door with red brown staining.
And now directing your attention to Exhibit 325. What are we looking at here?
That is the front right passenger seat.
And what observations, just from this perspective, were you able to make from this?
There's some pretty significant diffuse reddish brown staining throughout the entire seat.
Is that what we're seeing particularly here?
Yes.
Moving on to 326. What are we looking at here?
Basically the same image, just slightly down. It has part of the door frame in the photo as well.
And then 327.
That's just panning down slightly more, pretty significant amount of reddish brown staining on the frame.
Is that what we're seeing here?
Yes.
328.
It's a picture of the same area, just with scale added.
And now we see a white sticker with a number 1. What does that mean?
The one is, so anytime we get a vehicle, in this case, it came into our lab as item A. So anything we take off that vehicle has to be sub-designated. So we put a 1 there because this was the first item to come off the vehicle. So A1, just to show for later where testing was and where sample was collected from.
All right, moving on to 329. What are we looking at here?
The same area, just zoomed in more.
So can you tell us what additional processing then did you do for this area indicated number 1?
I did a phenolphthalein test, which is a presumptive positive or presumptive test for blood. It's a color change test. So you'll swab the area, add a couple of reagents, and if it's blood, it'll turn a bright pink color. If it's not, it will not change colors at all.
And did you do that testing here?
Yes, I did.
What was the result of that?
It was positive for blood.
What else did you do then from this area?
After we have a presumptive test will tell you if it could possibly be blood, but doesn't narrow it down to a species. So it could be any animal blood would also react to that. So the next step is to do a confirmatory test, which is human and higher primate specific. We call it a hemotrace test.
And was that conducted in this area, on the sample in this area?
Yes, it was.
And was that done by you?
Yes,
What was the results of that?
positive.
And again, what does positive mean?
Meaning that it probably came from a human or higher primate.
So then at that point, do you pass those samples on to the next step?
Yeah, so I would take a swabbing of that area, put the swabs in packaging, seal that package up, and then bring it to the evidence technicians.
And did you do that for this area that was marked 1?
Yes, I did. And that'd be sub-designated as item A1.
And then was that further analysis done by someone else at the crime lab?
Yes, it was.
All right, moving on to Exhibit 330. What are we looking at here?
We are looking at the seat belt on the pillar of the front passenger door.
And what, if anything, did you notice here?
And significant amount of reddish brown staining.
And in the position here, the seatbelt is not engaged, correct?
Correct.
Turning now to 331. 331, what are we looking at here?
The seatbelt is now engaged, and it's a photograph of the entire seat with seatbelt engaged.
And what, if anything, you know what, I'm going to give you the pointer here. And could you just use that to direct our attention to what you're observing here?
While you're doing that, if you could explain so that there's some kind of record, some kind of reference point to what you are basing, right?
Sure. Okay, so we have pretty significant amount of reddish brown staining on the seat belt. The main testing that I did was around this area. We take representative samples, so if a test is going to be positive for blood there, we typically assume that areas right around that are also going to be, and that way we're not collecting 100 items from what's probably going to be the same. So in this case, I chose the area right about there.
All right, and we'll actually move on to Exhibit 3.
Which is a few inches away from the latch of the seatbelt.
And that's on what we would call the lap belt area.
Correct.
Moving on to Exhibit 332. And is that the same image as the Exhibit 332 marked in front of you?
Yes, it is, with a number 2 sticker added, as well as an arrow kind of just to indicate where testing and collection was completed.
And then Exhibit 333.
A zoomed in image of that same area.
So again, we have that white sticker with the number 2. For this case, what does that mean?
Item 2 marked from this vehicle, and that's the area that testing was completed for phenolphthalein and hemotrace, and where the swabbings were collected for future analysis.
All right, and so what testing did you perform?
Phenolphthalein test again, so presumptive positive for blood, and then a hemotrace test as well.
And again, that hemotrace is to then confirm whether or not that's blood from a human or higher primate.
Correct.
And what was the result of that test there?
Positive.
Turning to 334 just quickly, what do we see there?
Same image, just from a different angle, slightly zoomed out. And I think the This picture was to show more reddish brown staining up on the shoulder area.
And that's on the seat belt, the shoulder strap, correct?
Correct.
Exhibit 335.
Slightly different angle, same idea, reddish brown staining on the shoulder strap of the seatbelt.
And exhibit 336, what do we see here?
Slightly different angle, that's where the seatbelt retracts to.
All right, and now moving on to exhibit 337. What portion of the vehicle is this?
This is a vent on the front right passenger dashboard.
Now looking at 338. What do we see there?
This would be the same area, just with a scale and number 3 sticker added.
Looking at 339. Is that the same but just zoomed in?
Yes, to show reddish brown staining right there.
And so there's a small kind of a ruler sticker showing increments 1, 2, and 3. Were you indicating to a reddish stain just above the about 2 mark on that?
Yes.
All right, so again, we see here we see a sticker number 3. What does that signify for this case?
This is the third area that items were collected from. So a swabbing of this area was also completed and packaged up as item A3.
Did you do any additional testing in this area?
I believe I did a phenolphthalein test, so a presumptive test for blood, and that was positive.
And was that all the testing that you did for this area?
Yes.
Then for both this area and area number 2 that we just discussed, you passed those samples on for further testing by someone else in the lab?
As well as item 1, yes.
Correct. All right, now looking at 340, 340. What are we looking at here?
This would be the top of the front right passenger door. We'll typically put a white sheet up behind the glass because otherwise it's really hard to visualize if there's anything on the actual glass.
And what, if anything, drew your attention to this area?
There's a lot of reddish brown staining, little specks throughout the window.
Looking at exhibit 341.
Just a zoomed in area of one of those reddish brown specks with a scale added.
And so one of the specs, though there's several, one is just above the scale, again, above the number 2, but is that a fair description?
Yes, right about there.
342.
I believe this picture is slightly to the left of the previous picture, just to show more reddish brown staining on the window.
343.
Again, I think it shifted slightly to the left again, show more reddish brown staining on the window.
And now looking at exhibit 344.
There's reddish brown staining on the inside center console, the front right passenger side, and then there was a sticker added for a scale as well.
And looking at exhibit 345, is that a zoomed in picture of that same area?
Yes, it is.
And what do we see? I see that there's again a scale sticker. What do we see above that scale sticker?
Some additional reddish brown staining.
Looking at exhibit 346.
This is a picture of the center console from the front right passenger side. The Mountain Dew bottle would have been removed at this point. Inside the cup holder, There is some additional reddish brown staining, so a scale was placed in there as well.
I'm looking at Exhibit 347. Is that a zoomed in picture of that same area we were just looking at?
Yes, it is.
And then what do we see above, about the one of that scale sticker?
The reddish brown staining that I was talking about right there.
And then Exhibit 348.
That's underneath the front right passenger glove box. There is some reddish brown staining, and there's a scale placed there as well.
And then 349. It's difficult to see, but is that a zoomed in image of the last image that we saw?
It appears to be, yes.
All right, Mr. Nallid, I'm now showing you what's been marked as exhibits 350 through 379. Can you just take a moment to look through those? Do you recognize those images?
Yes, I do.
And what are they?
These are the images of the second vehicle that I photographed. It's the 2002 blue Dodge Ram 1500.
And then just directing your attention to exhibits specifically 3, 6, 7, and following. Are those images from the third vehicle?
Yes, they are.
And are all these images true and accurate representations of those vehicles as you process them?
Yes.
I'd move admission of exhibits 350 through 379. They have been previously provided to defense.
No objection.
Will be received.
I would also ask permission to publish.
Permission to publish.
All right, now directing your attention to exhibit 350, 350, is that image that's displayed the same as the image that's been marked as 350?
Yes, it is.
All right, and what do we see there?
This is an image of the vehicle on a flatbed truck right outside our garage at the Madison Crime Lab.
And so is this the way that the vehicles would be transported to the crime lab?
Yeah, it's common for them to arrive like this.
And in this case, we see yellow tape along the seams of the doors. Can you tell us about that?
Sure, it's the same idea as the evidence tape. Basically, it's just to show that the item wasn't tampered with during transport.
All right, moving on to exhibit 351. What are we looking at here?
This is the rear of the truck.
And then looking at exhibit 352. What are we looking at there?
This is what was in the bed of the truck with the tailgate down.
So just as you testified earlier, then is it part of your process in processing this vehicle to then do an inventory of everything that's in the vehicle?
Yes.
Looking now at exhibit 353. What perspective of the back of the trunk does that show us there?
This is a zoomed in image of the left side of the truck bed.
Looking now at 354.
That's a zoomed in image of the right side of the truck bed.
Looking at 355.
This is items removed and put onto the white paper for photographing.
Looking at 356, what are we looking at there?
It's the OxyClean Arm & Hammer stain fighter, and there's some reddish brown staining on the handle.
Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 382. Can you just first tell us what we're looking at from the outside?
Sure. This is when I packaged the item up, put it in this paper bag here, and labeled it with item B1, A&H, Arm & Hammer with OxyClean detergent with reddish brown staining on handle.
And was that previously opened this morning?
It appears so, yes.
And could you take the contents out? Now, is that the same, does that appear to be the same Arm & Hammer detergent that was retrieved from the back of the Dodge Ram?
Yes.
And so then, what happens to that after you're done with it, I guess?
After I'm done with it and it goes to the evidence technicians, the DNA analyst would pick it up and typically would swab the area in question of the reddish brown staining in this instance.
The state would move Exhibit 382 into evidence.
No objection.
And so then in this case, this physical item is passed on to other analysts at the lab, correct?
Correct.
Now looking at Exhibit 357, what do we see in this picture?
This is like Bissell, I believe is Bissell, carpet cleaner, I believe, and a few other things. Gas can.
And to your knowledge, is well, can you tell us where the gas can is in this picture?
The top right of the image.
So in the top right, there's a dark red canister. Is that what you're indicating?
Right there, yep.
Is, to your knowledge, is petrol another word for gasoline?
Yes.
Turning to 358, what is that?
This is an attachment for that carpet cleaner. There's reddish brown staining on it.
And looking at 359,
Also appears to be part of that carpet cleaner with reddish brown staining.
looking at 360, is that a zoomed in picture of the last exhibit?
Yes, it is.
And what you mentioned in the previous exhibit that there was some reddish staining. Can you identify that in this picture?
Sure. It's not showing up as well on that picture as it is here, but there's some right there, up on the back here.
All right, so is it fair to say that you're indicating there's sort of a parallel cross section almost across the middle of the picture? And are you indicating to spots on that middle section where you see the red staining?
Yes.
Here's to the right side of the piece of the
Correct.
Turning to Exhibit 361, what do we see there?
Just a different angle of that same carpet cleaner with reddish brown staining.
Exhibit 362,
Again, another angle with reddish brown staining on the handle.
and is that at the there's a distinct white portion of that handle, and are you indicating to the bottom of that white handle portion?
Yes.
All right, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 383. Can you first tell me what you're looking at there just based on the packaging?
Yep, this is a brown paper bag that I packaged the item in on July 3rd, 2024. I labeled it item B2, Hoover carpet cleaner with reddish brown staining.
And I think if you look on the left side of it as you're looking at it, is the seams bursting, if you will, on that at this point?
Yes, they are.
Could you just open carefully that portion of the bag and tell us what is inside?
The same thing that appears in these images. It looks like a small handheld carpet cleaner.
All right, and I know there's multiple pieces within, but could you remove best you can the item?
One. Let me just set it down.
Yes.
Appears to be a solution tank for this carpet cleaner. Tank. And the actual unit itself.
So then this appear to be the unit that you removed from that Dodge Ram.
Correct.
And so walk us through just briefly then the process when you take that item.
I just packaged it up as is, labeled what it was, and sent it to the evidence technicians. At this point, I looked at the previous vehicle and had those positive hemotrace results, so the confirmatory test for blood. At this point, I was comfortable not screening it and collecting it. If it ended up not being blood later, that would be for the DNA analyst to determine.
And so then after this is processed and collected by you, you pass that on to another person at the crime lab for further analysis.
Correct. Brought it to the evidence technicians, who would then pass it on to the DNA analysts whenever they were assigned.
I would move admission of Exhibit 383.
No objection.
Say,
Dr. Conley, could you assist? right, moving on to exhibit 363. All right, what are we looking at there?
That would be a picture of the front right passenger area of the Dodge Ram truck.
And again, is that as it appeared when you were processing it?
Yes.
Looking at 364, what do we have here?
A pile of paperwork, various receipts, envelopes.
Now, again, you take all those items and then inventory them and lay them out on the white sheet of paper.
Correct.
Looking at 365, what do you see there?
A couple of CDs and a Walmart receipt.
And then directing your attention to that receipt, at about the middle of that receipt, underneath the word terminal, is there a date on that?
It appears to say June 18th, 24.
And then on the line that says debit, just below that, the line starting debit, are there 4 digits at the end of that line?
8942.
And just looking at the items on that receipt, do you see the words tire fee and new tire?
Yes.
All right, turning now to exhibit 366. Was this an item also found in the Dodge Ram?
Yes, in the front right passenger area.
And just looking at that, what does that look like to you?
Wisconsin registration for a vehicle.
Does it have the name Rasch, Crystal, and Rasch, Zachariah, Scott on it?
Yes, it does.
All right, now turning to exhibit 367. I just want to confirm that the exhibit 367 in front of you matches the image on the screen.
Yes, it does.
All right, what are we looking at here?
This would be the left side of the third vehicle that I processed, the 2005 Chevy Cobalt.
Uh, 368.
The right side of that same vehicle.
And then 369.
That is a picture of the front of that same vehicle.
Exhibit 370, what's that there?
370 is a picture of the Cobalt from the rear with the trunk open and doors open as well.
372.
I believe that's 371.
So, all right, what you're looking at now, that's been marked as 370, correct?
Correct.
All right, and then 371.
371 is the trunk contents of the Chevy Cobalt.
And then 372.
Also more trunk contents of the Cobalt.
Exhibit 373.
That's with the items removed and placed on white paper and photographed.
And just starting at this picture here, at the top of the laid out sheet, just to the left of the word trunk, can you tell us what those 2 items are there?
Those appear to be receipts.
Looking at exhibit 374. All right, and the image that's displayed, is that the same as 374 in front of you?
Yes.
Are you able to see better on what those items are?
Yes, they're both Menards receipts. The one on the left is from Johnson Creek Menards. The one on the right is from Beaver Dam Menards.
right, I just want to start on the one on the left as we're looking at the screen. Is there a date on that, about the middle on the line that says EFT debit, and then to the right of that, is there a date?
Yes,
And what is that date?
June 22nd, 2024.
And then just by reading what's on the receipt, what are the items that you, just reading the words on the receipt, what do you see?
2 Santeen ST drain at $7.99 each. New car scent protective wipes, 2 at $4.48, and a Monster Energy.
And then going to the receipt on the right, again, does it show a date for that transaction in the middle on the line that starts EFT debit?
Yeah, it appears to be the following day, so June 23rd, 2024.
And again, just quickly, the items that are listed there.
A portable air cooler for $16.99, and then 6 additional 32-ounce Santeen ST drain at $7.99 each.
All right, moving on to Exhibit 375. What do we see there?
This would be the center console of the Chevy Cobalt taken from the driver's seat area.
Exhibit 376.
Picture of the same area, just from a slightly different angle.
And again, this is all these items then you would take out in inventory.
Correct.
Moving on to 377.
That is the items removed from the vehicle and photographed on the white paper.
378. Is that a close-up of one of the items?
Yes, this was the phone charger that was plugged into the cigarette outlet.
And then Exhibit 379.
This is a zoomed in image of that charger that was plugged in. There was some reddish brown staining.
And it appears in the very center of the image, 2 wires almost make an X. They intersect. But is that where you're indicating the red stain?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 384. Take a look at that, please. Can you just tell me what you know about it from looking at the outside?
Sure. This is my writing. So item C1 that I packaged July 8th, 2024, labeled phone cable / charger with reddish brown staining.
And so after you inventoried that charger from the Cobalt, did you then package it in packaging like that?
Yes, this exact package.
And was that package previously open this morning?
Yes, it was.
Could you remove the item from the packaging? And does that appear to be the phone charging cable that you removed from the Chevy Cobalt?
Yes, it does.
And again, then did you pass that item on to other members of your lab for further analysis?
Yes. After I packaged it and sealed it up, I brought it to the evidence technicians, which eventually passed it on to the DNA analyst.
All right, could you replace the item into the bag? I say would move Exhibit 384.
No objection.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Cross.
Good morning, Mr. Nally.
Good morning.
Did I pronounce it correctly?
Naled, close enough. Naled.
Nally. Thanks. You talked obviously at great length about all the items and the vehicles that you processed. And these are the 2023 Mitsubishi, the 2002 Dodge, and the 2005 Chevy Cobalt.
Correct.
Okay. When there were items that were located inside of those vehicles, you're not able to determine at what point in time those items were placed there.
Correct.
You just know that those items existed there when the vehicles were seized.
Correct.
I want to draw your attention to your testimony about the front passenger area of the 2023 silver Mitsubishi, okay?
Sure.
You'd agree that that was the only portion of that vehicle that showed a considerable amount of staining?
Correct. Yeah.
It didn't appear that there was staining in the back seat or in the driver's seat.
I mean, technically, like the foot area of the right passenger seat also had some reddish brown staining, but I would associate that with the front seat itself. But for your question, no. Other than that, there wasn't significant staining anywhere.
You testified about a few of the pictures that showed the seatbelt of the passenger seat of that Mitsubishi.
Yes.
And you showed the seatbelt as it was not engaged and then also when it was engaged.
Correct.
Was it discernible to you whether or not the seatbelt was engaged at the time that the staining, the deposits were put onto the seatbelt?
Based on where the staining was, I would expect the seatbelt to have been engaged. If it wasn't engaged, there would be a void on the areas because the seatbelt would have been protected by the plastic covering on the pillar. So based on the reddish brown staining on there, it appears that the seatbelt was engaged when whatever happened.
In your words just now, whatever happened, happened. You're not able to discern what happened in that vehicle.
Correct.
Your investigation doesn't deal with anything in terms of determining the manner of death, if there was any inside of that vehicle.
That is correct.
I don't have anything further, Judge. Thank you, Mr. Allen.
Redirect.
No redirect, thank you.
All right, you can step down. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think at that point or this point, we'll take our 15-minute morning break.
That's right.
All right, we are back on the record. Anything before we bring in the jury?
No, thank you.
Bring in the jury. All righty. Next witness, please.
State would call Dr. Gabrielle Legros.
Come on up. Come right around for a quarter. Everybody's ramp there. When you get to the top, stand and raise your right hand, please.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Very
Can
well.
you please state and spell your first and last name?
My first name is Gabriel, Gabriel. Last name is Legros, that's Legros.
I apologize for mispronouncing
No
it,
problem.
Legros. And it's Dr. Legros, correct?
Correct.
And how are you employed?
I own a dental practice in Brookfield, Wisconsin. It's a 2-doctor office, so I'm self-employed.
And how long, you are a dentist, correct?
Correct.
And how long have you been a dentist?
Since 2019.
And where did you receive your education?
I received my undergraduate degree in biology from the University of Wisconsin-Madison, and then I received my dental degree from the University of Michigan.
And did you, in anticipation of your testimony here, prepare a full curriculum vitae
Yes.
and submitted that to the state, correct?
Yes.
And you also prepared 2 separate reports, correct?
Correct.
And those have been reduced to a consolidated PowerPoint presentation, correct?
Correct.
And have you reviewed that presentation?
I have.
I'm going to show you what's been marked Exhibit 385A. If you could just look through that and confirm that that is documents that you have prepared.
Yes.
And at this point, I would move 385 into evidence, which is the PowerPoint presentation, as well as 385A, which is the paper PowerPoint presentation, and permission to publish 385 to the jury.
No
Any
objection.
objection?
No, sir.
They will be received and can be published.
So I'm just going to go to the first page of that PowerPoint. And what are we looking at here?
That is just my CV that details my educational background and work experience.
And your CV is much longer than this one page, correct?
Correct.
And now, are you also what one would consider a forensic dentist?
Yes.
And what is forensic dentistry?
Forensic dentistry is generally boils down to the identification of somebody via dental records. There are other circumstances where sometimes my expertise will be asked, but vast majority of cases is me comparing antemortem dental records to postmortem dental records that I take myself personally. With the antemortems, being obtained from a dental practice, dental office.
And what, did you receive some special education for that, or what type of training goes into becoming a forensic dentist?
To become a forensic dentist, you typically need to have a relationship with law enforcement or an existing forensic dentist and work with them. There's no official education that you can attend aside from going to dental school. You can go for board licensure in forensic odontology. That's a bit more rare, but for many forensic dentists, it's something where they correspond and work with local law enforcement to assist. And in my case, I worked with two board licensed forensic odontologists, Dr. Gary Berman out of Wayne County in Detroit while I was in dental school.
I'm sorry, Dr. Berman, could you spell his last name for me?
Berman. And it would be under internship experience from 2016 to 2019 on page 1, that CV. And then when I moved back to Wisconsin in 2019, I shadowed and worked with Dr. Don Simley and shadowed many cases with him.
And Simile is also
Correct.
on there.
Listed underneath Dr. Gary Berman.
And that's Simley, is that correct?
Correct.
And now, do you basically work on your own as a forensic dentist?
Correct.
And do you consult with law enforcement here in the state of Wisconsin?
Yes.
Say in the past 5 years, approximately how many cases do you think you've consulted on?
70, 80 maybe.
And do you always have to testify?
No.
In fact, how many times have you testified?
Counting this one? One.
Yes. One?
One.
And why don't you always testify? What are the circumstances sometimes when you?
Well, a lot of the cases that I'll identify are like a car fire, for example, or a house fire, or where someone passes away and there's no criminal case necessary. So I work on cases, someone drowns or someone passes away and they're no longer visually identifiable. So can you repeat your question? I'm going to make sure I answer that properly.
How many times have you testified as a forensic dentist?
Just this is the first time. Yeah.
But you've consulted with law enforcement on many cases.
Yes, and typically my correspondence is through the medical examiner a lot of times. So it's sometimes law enforcement will contact me, but a lot of times it'll be a medical examiner or a pathologist that'll reach out.
And when you are asked to consult, do you sometimes go directly to the crime scene to do your consultation?
Sometimes, yes.
And then sometimes are you just sent the tooth or the full jaw if that is available?
I promised my wife I would never do dental ID at our home, so I go to the medical examiner to do that. So typically remains are located at the medical examiner's office, and I will go to the medical examiner.
Direct you to a scene that occurred in Dodge County in June of 2024. So I think starting on June 26th of 2024, were you contacted by the medical examiner's office in a case in Dodge County?
Yes.
And did you actually go to the scene in that case?
I did.
And while on scene, do you remember the approximate location of that scene?
I just recall it being, I believe, in red granite, I think.
Is it
Or-
in Clyman, Wisconsin on
or
Wood
Climate.
Road?
I, with my ADHD, I don't have a great sense of direction, but I do remember the burn pit, and I remember a doghouse next to the burn pit in the backyard.
And were there any teeth located on scene when you were present?
No.
Were you later advised that they had located a tooth on scene?
Yes.
And were you sent that tooth?
I was not sent the tooth directly. I came to here, or the medical examiner's office, I think, right next door, and that's where I examined the tooth.
So I'm going to show you some pictures that have been previously marked. So exhibit 47, 48, and 49. And I'm just going to show this to the jury first. They have already seen this, but it was earlier this week. And so I just want to make sure that they remember. And so this is exhibit 47. This would be what the tooth looked like in the dirt. You would not have observed this, correct?
No.
But then I'm going to show you 48 and 49. Is this about what the tooth looked like when you received it?
Yes.
So again, we're going to go old fashioned showing of photos to the jury, just walking right by them. We've previously seen these earlier this week on the overhead. So you get this tooth. Well, you come to Dodge County to look at this tooth. What do you do then?
So the first thing I will do is, first we obtain, if we have a suspected identification or a person who the tooth belonged to, we obtain those dental records. And in this case, dental records were obtained from Polished Smiles Dental in Watertown, Wisconsin. And the first thing I do is just look at the antemortem records and look for notable signs of anatomy or any fillings or restorations. And then when I'm examining the tooth postmortem, I will, before I clean anything off, I'll generally take a radiograph of that tooth and line up anatomical features based upon the antemortem radiographs. And then generally after that, I will clean off any soot or any debris off of the tooth with a toothbrush and water.
So first, you said antemortem and postmortem.
Mhm.
Can you just tell me first, what does that mean?
Antemortem means before death, postmortem after death. So any antemortem radiographs would be obtained by the dental office for the decedent or the person who passed away. And then all postmortem radiographs are obtained by me personally.
And the dental office records, do you personally obtain those or somebody else?
No, law enforcement will generally obtain those, or the medical examiner will correspond with them. In some cases, if the office is having difficulty getting or downloading the proper resolution, I will sometimes jump on a phone call and kind of explain to them what I need in terms of records. But generally, I do not correspond with the office.
And then what does that mean, a radiograph?
Radiograph is an X-ray.
Okay. Is that the same as when we go to the dentist and get X-rays of our teeth, or is it a little bit
Yep.
different?
Yeah, it's the same thing. There are two major types of dental radiographs. There are panoramic X-rays, the type that spins around your head. You kind of see the whole jaw from a bird's eye view. And then there are what we call intraoral X-rays, meaning the sensor is inside your mouth. You're biting down on that sensor, and that X-ray head is kind of going at you. So in this case, I only compared intraoral radiographs, and there are different types of intraoral radiographs. There are, for this case, periapical is what we call a PA, and that is a type of X-ray that shows the entirety of the tooth, the whole root. And then there are bite wings, which we use to screen for decay, where you kind of bite down on the sensor and you see both the upper and lower teeth in one image.
So I'm going to go to now slide 2 of exhibit 385. What are we looking at here?
This is the cover letter for the first report that I wrote when I examined tooth number 15, which is an upper left second molar, back
So-
tooth.
So we'll just zoom in just a little bit on this, and this letter tells us a couple things. It tells us first how many radiographs were taken, correct? The
Yes.
total postmortem
Correct.
radiographs.
Mhm.
And how many postmortem radiographs did you take in this case?
In this case, 28.
And then you testified to it already, but this letter tells us where we obtained the dental records from, correct?
Correct.
And then you note in the letter who you obtained the dental records of. So who our suspected victim is, basically, correct?
Correct.
And who was that suspected victim?
The suspected victim was Crystal Rasch.
And you confirmed her date of birth as well in
Correct.
this letter.
Yeah, which is August 17th, 1986.
Okay, and then how many total pre-death radiographs did you have from her dental office that you used to compare?
You know, I would have to look. I only compared the relevant radiographs. Generally, when I get them, sometimes it'll be 4 bite wings sometimes. Most adults, when they go to the dentist, will have 2 x-rays on each side taken. In this case, the only tooth that I had to compare to was the upper left far back tooth. So for this report, I was only comparing 3 images. So I couldn't tell you how many exactly I got from the office 2 years ago, but the relevant antemortem images were 3 of them, which are all detailed here.
Okay, so now going to the next slide. What are we looking at here?
So this is an image of a periapical x-ray, or a PA is what we call it sometimes. That's the x-ray where you see the entirety of the tooth, the whole crown and the root. And the image on the left-hand side of the screen, where a little 15 is pointing, an arrow is pointing.
Oh, yep,
Would
you have
it
your
be
laser
helpful if I
pointer
did
right
this?
there. So if you could just
Okay,
use,
so this is tooth number 15, the upper left far back tooth. And just for the purposes of comparison, what I will do is I will crop and zoom in on the relevant tooth. So that's what this is up here. On the left-hand side are the antemortem images, meaning before death. On the right-hand side are the postmortem images, the ones that I took. Now, on the top and the bottom, these are the same images. The only difference is the top, I have drawn out the relevant areas of anatomic similarities. The bottom images are just so that anybody can kind of look and see without any obstruction on either image.
so when you looked at the antemortem image and the postmortem image, were you able to determine whether or not that was the same tooth?
Yes, it is my professional opinion that this is the same tooth, both antemortem and postmortem. If you would like, I can talk through each dotted line.
If you could, please, yes. And
Absolutely.
it's just so it's clear at the bottom of this page, you do talk about what each dotted line is, but yes, if you could just outline that
Correct.
for each dotted line.
Sure. Would it be helpful if we zoomed in on that a little bit more?
Yes, please.
So just the 4 images together, if you scroll up. So the yellow dotted line indicates the buccal or cheek side roots. You have a mesial and distal buccal root. And I should also say the reason I took 28 radiographs and you don't see 28 radiographs on the report is because I take as many radiographs as I need to perfectly replicate the angulation that the antemortem before death x-ray was taken at, so that I could theoretically superimpose the images over one another. And in this case, it just took me 28 tries to get the images that I needed. So the root anatomy, yellow dotted lines, that was very consistent. And then above that, the orange dotted lines detail the canal space for the cheek side roots, the distal buccal and mesiobuccal roots. The magenta or pink dotted line in the middle just outlines the pulp or the nerve of the tooth. And that is actually a pretty unique shape. So that was very consistent. The red circle and green circle both point out what we call incipient decay, or decay that is just starting on either side of that tooth. So cavity. And then the blue dotted line is the topography of the cemento-enamel junction, which is just the junction between the two different minerals of the tooth. You got your enamel around the outside. If you were to strip all the enamel off of a tooth, what you're left with is something called dentin. And that junction between the dentin and the enamel, you can trace and track along. And that was also very consistent.
So, and you said that this is tooth number 15 in the left upper. So what does that mean when we're
Yes, so
thinking about our own jaw? Where is that tooth located?
your average adult human being will have 32 teeth. That's counting wisdom teeth. Wisdom teeth. So when I say far back upper left tooth, in Crystal's case, she did not have tooth number 16, which is a wisdom tooth. That tooth either never developed or was removed at some point in her life. So in this case, her far back upper left tooth is the one that we were looking at.
Now going to the next slide on your presentation, what are we looking at here?
So this is very similar to the first page, but the image that I'm comparing to, the antemortem image, was a bite wing rather than a periapical image, meaning that those x-rays were taken at a different angle, so different anatomy. The tooth itself is skewed in different ways depending on the type of image you take. So in this bite wing, I just replicated that angle and lined up the anatomy as well. So walking through those dotted lines, the yellow dotted line just shows unique root anatomy that lined up. On the this side right here, this details a root concavity. So we call it a little concavity on that side of the root.
And you're just, so the record's clear, you're detailing the right outside portion of
Correct.
the tooth.
Yep, just that part right there. And then again, similar to the, and I should also mention, the x-rays that were taken antemortem, these are what we call phosphorus plate x-rays. It's a slightly different style of x-ray. It was the technology that was in between traditional x-rays that you put up on a light box and what we have today now is digital sensors. Same proportions and everything. My images may just look like a little bit of a higher resolution. That's just because I'm using a digital sensor rather than a phosphorus plate, which is a little older technology, but same thing. So the pulp, very similar. That's the pink dotted outline. And then it's hard because this is a phosphorus plate to make out the same detail on the digital x-ray, but you can make out that distobuccal canal space, which is the orange dotted line right there. And then similar to the last image, the cemento enamel junction, which is the blue dotted line, very consistent. And then you can still make out that proximal decay, which is the red circle. And then lastly, the occlusal anatomy. So the top biting surface, occlusal means just the biting surface of the tooth where you mash food. That you could line up the cheek side and tongue side cusps very consistently there.
Now moving on to the next slide, what are we looking at here?
So this is just the second bite wing that was taken. So generally when you have a bite wing or two bite wings on each side, one's a little bit further forward, one's a little bit further back. So even though half of tooth number 15 was obstructed on this x-ray, I was still able to line up and line up the anatomy sufficiently. So just for sake of thoroughness, I wanted to, even though it may have been a little redundant, still wanted to show that from this angle, I was still able to replicate that anatomy. And in this case, I just highlighted the pulp, which is that pink dotted line, highlighted the mesial cusp on the occlusal anatomy, which is that white dotted line, and then just showed the decay, which is that red circle there.
And does that conclude the images that you examined for that first tooth that you examined, you didn't receive, but you came to Dodge County to examine.
Yes,
Now, at some point in the investigation, were you contacted about a second tooth?
yes, I was.
And then did you examine that second tooth?
I did.
And same thing, did you come here to Dodge County to examine that second tooth, or did you do something different?
I just want to make sure that, so yeah, this was at the medical county, Juneau Medical, or the Dodge County Medical Examiner's Office in Juneau.
Which is confusing because there's also a Juneau County in Wisconsin that maybe you have been to, correct?
Yeah, so yes, it was at same location that I examined the first tooth.
And do you remember approximately when you came to examine that second tooth?
In November of 2024.
For that tooth, were you on scene when it was located?
No.
Did you receive some just overview information that it was located though at that same Wood Road residence?
Yes.
And yesterday, I'm going to show the jury picture 228. Again, they did see this picture yesterday. But I will show it to you. That's picture 228. And does that appear consistent with the tooth that you examined at the Dodge County Medical Examiner's Office?
Yes.
And obviously 228, it's surrounded by leaves. You would not have received it in that manner, correct?
No, I only saw it once it was at the office.
Now going to the next slide here, what are we looking at here?
That's just the cover letter for my the second report that I wrote, just kind of detailing the second tooth that was found.
And now the highlighted portion, tell us what you're advising of in this highlighted portion.
Yeah, so this tooth, when it was located, did not have the root anatomy for it, so there were less points of comparison for me. That being said, there were still enough points of anatomy on the remaining occlusal portion that was still existing where I was able to comfortably line up anatomical features from the antemortem radiographs.
Did you use the same dental records that you had received from March of 2023 from the Watertown
Polished Smiles.
Polished Smiles Dental Clinic?
Yes.
And walk us through the process that you used for this second tooth that you received.
Sure. Would it be helpful if we went to the next slide?
Yes, it would be helpful.
Okay. So coincidentally, this is tooth number 2, and that is the mirrored tooth to tooth number 15. So us human beings are symmetric creatures. So the anatomy for that tooth is just inverted. So comparing on this lower right here, this is tooth number 15, the first tooth that I evaluated. This is tooth number 2, the second tooth I looked at. And you can actually see, like this right here is the transverse groove. You can see that right here. So anatomically, tooth number 2 and 15 looked very, very similar, just inverted. And I took then just a cropped image of, this is the antemortem radiograph that was taken. And I'm sorry if it's a little confusing. The other report had my image on the right-hand side. So the postmortem was on the right-hand side on the other report. And this one, I had it flipped around, so I apologize for that. But this is the image that I took. And as you can see, there's no root structure on this tooth. However, I was able to point out and see consistencies within the cemento-enamel junction and then the occlusal anatomy. And that combined with the first report, enough points of comparison for me to feel comfortable stating that this tooth belonged to Crystal Rasch.
And can you just tell me a little bit more what you mean by mirrored tooth? Where would that be located in the jaw?
Yeah, so mirrored tooth. So if tooth number 15 for Crystal was her far back upper left tooth, tooth number 2, assuming she didn't have the wisdom tooth there would be the far back upper right tooth.
Okay,
So just the opposite side, same tooth.
got it. And then did you do any other analysis on that tooth, or would that conclude the analysis that you did on this tooth because of the fact there was no root structure?
Yeah, that would conclude my analysis for this tooth.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Cross.
Good morning, doctor.
Right.
In your role as a forensic dentist, essentially you testified that your job is to examine the antemortem and postmortem radiographs, correct?
Correct.
And then the primary task that you're assigned to do is to see if you can make an identification of these teeth and hopefully connect it with an individual who is deceased.
Correct. With the the only way I will definitively, positively ID somebody is if I'm personally the one taking the postmortem images. I don't trust any other operator for that. So if they want a definitive ID, I have to be the one taking those X-rays.
Sure, but identification is the primary task that you're charged with.
Correct.
In your work, to do the identification, you're not equipped or your expertise does not lie in manner of death.
Correct.
No other questions.
Redirect.
Nothing. Thank you.
All right, doctor, thank you very much. You can sit down.
Thank you.
Can this witness be excused?
Yes.
You are excused.
Thank you all very much.
And our next witness will be via Zoom. Thank you. Bonetta George.
All right, call your next witness, please.
The state would call Bonetta George.
All right, ma'am, you've been called as a witness. You're in a position to give testimony at this time.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am, are you in a position to give testimony at this time?
Yes, I am.
And raise your right hand.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
And put your hand down and, ma'am, please make sure that you speak into the microphone so that we can hear you. Keep your voice up. You're soft-spoken as you start, okay?
Okay.
Ma'am, can you please state your first and last name and spell both?
My name is Benita George, BENETTA GEORGE.
How are you employed?
I am a DNA analyst at Bodie Technology.
And where is Bodie Technology located?
We are located in Lorton, Virginia.
And what is Bodie Technology?
Bodie Technology is a private forensic science lab.
And what are some of the things that Bodie Technology does for forensic science?
We primarily do DNA testing, but we also do genealogy testing.
So on August 22nd, 2024, did you receive a Petrus pyramid from the Dodge County Medical Examiner's Office for examination?
Yes, we did.
And how would you have received that bone?
That is typically delivered via FedEx shipping company. That is delivered by the client, arranged by the client to the company.
And when you receive that bone from FedEx, what, if anything, do you do to make sure that it is, in fact, the sample that the Dodge County Medical Examiner said that they were sending to you and that nothing had been tampered with in the process?
As soon as the evidence is submitted to Bodie Technology, we have a procedure for intake. A team called Bodie Service is our intake team, and they have a form that lists out the evidence that's being submitted, the description of the evidence, any numbers associated with it. And once we receive it, it goes through our first process called accessioning, which is done by our evidence team. So we look at the packaging on the outside. Was it sealed? Did it have any tampering on it? And we begin our chain of custody at this moment as soon as FedEx submits the evidence. And once that's done, the evidence team looks for the numbers that are on the evidence paperwork. And if there's anything on the packaging to confirm these are the same numbers, and then they align. And that's how we confirm at the first stage that we received the items that we were told that we would receive.
And do you then assign a number to this item that you received from the Dodge County Medical Examiner's Office?
Yes, so the evidence team will assign it a unique Bodie number to it, and then that's how we will be addressing it moving forward for processing.
And in what stage of the process does the item come to you?
The item stage comes to me after the accessioning process. So our duties are kind of split in our company because it's a high throughput lab. We split our duties. So after the evidence is accessioned, it goes to what we call the sampling stage, and that's done by a lab technologist. And this lab technologist again makes sure what we obtained is the same thing that the client said that we obtained, and then we take a small portion of that bone, and then that goes forward to lab processing.
And when you say take a small portion for a Petrus pyramid, what does that look like, taking a small portion?
So anytime we receive a bone, to get optimal results, we would prefer to take about 2 to 3 grams of a bone piece. We don't need the entire bone piece that's being submitted to us because our processes are validated, and we only need, like I said, 2 to 3 grams to move forward for initial testing. So I believe 6 grams were submitted to us, approximately 6 grams were submitted to us, and we just needed 2 to 3 grams of that. So we cut that bone using tools, specifically a Dremel cutter, and then we sand it down to clean out any impurities that's outside, and then we clean it thoroughly with bleach, water, and ethanol. We leave it out to dry. after we dry it, we blend this bone up, and then we add reagents to it to our next step, which is the extraction step.
And walk us through the extraction step, please.
So the extraction step is the first process of obtaining the DNA from the bone material. So we don't need the entire bone. We need what's inside the bone. That's where the DNA is being stored. And the process begins with us adding buffers to it. Buffers are what we call reagents or chemicals. We add chemicals to it. We incubate that for a few days, and then we take it out after incubation. And again, we continue purifying this bone material until we have what we, in a small tube, it looks like blank water. That's what it looks like to the naked eye. But in this tube, we have the DNA that we pulled out of this bone. And we're only going to be working with this DNA material in this tube.
And very briefly, can you just explain what DNA is?
DNA is genetic material that's within all of us, and it's unique to all of us. We inherit half of our DNA from our mother and half of our DNA from our father.
So in this case, after you got that sample, what did you do next?
So after we extract the DNA out, we need to quantify how much DNA we pulled out of this. So it goes through a process called quantification. Again, we take a small portion of it. So we elute 50 microliters after the extraction process. So we only take 2 microliters moving forward to quantify how much DNA we were able to pull out of the bone. That is necessary for the next steps, which is the amplification step and the CE step. So because we don't want to we want to use optimal DNA to get our optimal results at the end. So that's why this step is important.
And what did you find when you completed that step?
May I please refer to my case file?
Yes.
So after the quantification results, our results were 24.3 nanograms per microliters, which is a pretty large amount to be containing in a 50 microliter. So we just need, again, we just need a portion of it to move forward because it quantified really good.
And then at some point, do you do something to try to create a DNA profile?
So after the quantification, we decided how much we are able to take forward to create the DNA profile. So we only need to take, again, 2 microliters because it quantified really well. We only needed to take 2 microliters forward again. And the next step is called amplification. This is the step where we, again, add reagents to our 2 microliters, and the DNA that's in this tube gets multiplied to thousands and thousands of copies. This is needed for our next step, which is called the capillary electrophoresis. This is where an instrument comes in, and this amplified DNA that contains numerous copies of the DNA that we originally had goes through the machine, and then it generates what we call an electropherogram. An electropherogram is basically a graph that contains various peaks in it. And these peaks look like numbers to the naked eye, but these peaks are unique to every single individual. And that's what we call a DNA profile.
And you said an electropherogram, is that correct?
Yes.
And could you just spell that for me?
electropherogram.
And ultimately, were you able to create then a profile that was sent to the Dodge County Medical Examiner?
That is correct. We were able to develop a partial profile.
And when you say partial, what does that mean in this case?
Partial just means, I'm not sure if anybody can see the allele table in there, or.
I don't have that. We have more witnesses, but if you could just generally, or in this case, how many markers did we have matching for the DNA?
So we typically we want 24 locations. If we get all of these 24 locations, that's what we call a full profile. But sometimes there are times we don't get that full profile, and there might be one location that's not visible for various number of reasons. There might be an inhibitor, there was some bacteria in the soil, bacteria in the bone. That will stop something from showing up, or it was a degraded bone material. So there's various factors that affected, and that will cause some certain locations to not be visible to us. And we call that a partial profile because we didn't obtain all 24 locations.
And so in this case, of those 24 locations, do you know how many locations we obtained?
We got all of the locations except for the Y markers, meaning they only appear if you are a male. They don't appear if you are female.
So if we knew that this was a female, then we got all of the markers in this case. Is that correct?
We got all of the markers for the female except at Penta D, that's a specific location. That one we only got partial data for that location. That one would be both male and females would have that location.
So for a female in this case, if our victim was a female, one of the markers, we only had a partial profile. All other markers, we had a full profile, correct?
That is all except one location had a partial, yes.
And then once you develop that profile, what did you do next in this case?
Once I develop a profile, we write a report. The analyst writes the report, and that report is self-reviewed by me. And I put together everything that I've done to this bone. So I put together all the worksheets that includes the inventorying process, the extraction process, quantification, amplification, and CE. I make what's called a case file for this case, and then I send it to a technical and an administrative reviewer. The technical and an administrative reviewer has to agree with my results. They'll look for corrections, both technical and administrative, and then they'll give me the sign off to be able to report the case.
And did that happen in this case?
Yes, it did.
And then do you send basically that whole digital file then back to the Dodge County Medical Examiner's Office?
That is correct.
And then the Dodge County Medical Examiner's Office can send that on to whoever they deem appropriate, correct?
Yes, it's the client's property now.
Does the Dodge County Medical Examiner's Office then sign releases with you that allows you to have discussions with the Wisconsin Crime Lab if necessary to discuss your results?
If they needed me to, they would have to give it to me in writing, releasing point of contacts for other people.
And just one other question: is Bodie Technology an accredited laboratory?
Yes, we are accredited nationally through American National Standards Institute, National Accrediting Board. We are accredited to the FBI standards, and we are also accredited internationally through ISO 17005 lab standards.
And why is that important?
This is important to make sure the steps that we take are accurate, they're systemic, and we're not making any errors, and we're holding our practices to a standard so that our results are consistent and can be trusted.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Cross.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
I just wanted to clarify your role in this case. In this case, you were tasked with identification. Is that correct?
No, it's just developing a bone profile.
Okay, but in the hopes of identifying the
Yes,
source.
in the hopes of submitting it to Dodge County for them to make that identification.
Okay, so your rule has nothing to do with the manner of death,
No,
nothing to do with cause of death,
no,
and nothing to do with how the individual died.
no.
Thank you. Nothing further.
No redirect.
All right, you can disconnect. Next witness.
The state would call Kimberly, if I pronounce this one last name correctly, Warbalewski.
All right, good morning, ma'am. Come on up. Going to come right around the court reporter to my right, to your left. Please be careful as you go up the ramp. Go all the way around. There you go. And when you get to the top, then I want you to stand and raise your right hand, please.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? I do.
You may be seated. Ma'am, if you could pull that microphone up, speak directly into it.
Ma'am, if you could say your first and last name and spell both, please.
Kimberly Robleski, KimberlyWrobleski.
And how are you employed?
I work for the Department of Justice at the State Crime Laboratory in Madison.
And how long have you been employed there?
24 years.
I'm going to show you what's been marked. Thank you. As Exhibit 386. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And what exact is that exhibit?
This is my statement of qualifications.
And did you prepare your statement of qualifications?
Yes, I do.
And is this something that you provide to the state in matters prior to your testimony?
Yes.
And just very briefly, can you talk about the qualifications for conducting your job, or for doing your job at the crime lab?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree from the University of Wisconsin-La Crosse. I have a Master of Science degree from the University of New Haven in forensic science. I have also gone through a 9-month training program at the crime laboratory. It included all of our screening techniques and identifying biological stains such as blood, semen, or saliva. I went through our extraction, quantitation, amplification, and STR typing. I also performed numerous mock cases and proficiency tests prior to being allowed to work casework. And we are required to receive continuing education 8 hours every year after we've become a senior analyst. I also go through proficiency testing twice a year.
And at this point, I would move Exhibit 386 into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Be received.
Now, as part of your duties at the Wisconsin State Crime Lab, did you receive some samples from another member of the State Crime Laboratory for testing in a case involving the death of Crystal A. Rasch?
So in this case, a part of my duties as a DNA analyst also include technical review. Each case, we are required to have another qualified DNA analyst technically review our work, look at our notes, our report, review our statistics, our conclusions, and make sure that the original analyst is following policies and procedures. So that is what I did in this case. I did not receive items directly. I did technical review for another analyst who did the actual analysis on the items.
And who was that other analyst?
Kelly Gajewski.
And just so the record is clear, the defense has agreed to allow you to testify in the place of Kelly Gajewski because she's not available, correct?
That's correct.
But did you, for the case of Crystal A. Rasch, did you also do some DNA testing, just not of specific items?
Yes, I did.
So I want to first show you exhibits 387 through 393. And if you could just review all of those exhibits and let me know when you are completed.
Okay, yes.
And do you recognize all of those exhibits?
Yes, I do.
And what are those exhibits?
So exhibit 387.
I guess let me ask it generally. Are those a mixture of reports and photos that were prepared by the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
Yes, they are.
I would move exhibit 387 through 393 into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Received.
And then permission to publish those.
They will be published.
And so now we can talk about, we'll start with 387. What is 387?
That is the report that I issued on January 23rd of 2025.
So this is actually the most, when we go in date-wise, the sort of old or the newest report, the last report that was issued in this case.
I think it was the second to last report.
In this case, we first had to develop a DNA profile of the victim, correct?
Correct.
And how did we develop the DNA profile of the victim, Crystal Rasch, in this case?
A toothbrush was submitted, and based on case information, it was reasonable to assume that Crystal used this toothbrush. Kelly subsequently developed a single source female DNA profile from the toothbrush. So it was reasonable to assume that this was her DNA profile, and it was reported that this would be used as her DNA standard for the case.
And then did you also later do something secondary to confirm that DNA profile?
Yes.
And so is that represented here in this report?
Yes, it is.
And what was the secondary testing that you did to confirm that profile?
A DNA standard was submitted to the lab from Bryson Rasch, as well as Zachariah Rasch. So I used those standards to do a paternity statistic. Basically, with those profiles that were developed, the DNA profile developed from Bryson Rasch is consistent with being a DNA profile of a biological child from Zachariah Rasch and the donor of the DNA profile on the toothbrush. So the donor of the DNA profile from the toothbrush is consistent with or is included as being a biological mother of Bryson. And statistically, given that Zachariah Rasch is the biological father of Bryson, it's at least 1 quadrillion times more likely that the DNA profile from Bryson is a biological child of Zachariah and the donor of the DNA profile from the toothbrush versus another unknown, unrelated mother.
So we use that term, we're going to be using these numbers sometimes, quadrillion and then consistent with. And so when we say quadrillion, how do we get these numbers and statistics when we're talking about DNA?
So we'll go step back a little bit and talk about genetics. We each have 23 pairs of chromosomes. We inherit half from our mother and half from our father. These chromosomes contain segments of DNA that I look at as a DNA analyst. And this is the DNA that's inherited and passed through the lineage. So when I perform statistics, I am able to look at the number of times that this, the inherited DNA or the DNA profile would be observed in the population. So we perform statistics on each of those inherited segments of DNA and then end up, it compounds on itself and ends up becoming quite a large number.
And is it fair to say when we use this term quadrillion times more likely to observe the profile, that that's a very regulated term and statistical analysis by both the crime lab and the DNA community when we can use those statistical terms?
Yes.
So I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 394. Can you identify that exhibit?
Yes, I can. This is a white envelope that has the crime lab pre-printed barcode label with the case number R241767 item N.
And does that show that that is the swab that you received in that case for Bryson?
Yes, that is what the Dodge County Sheriff's Office pre-printed barcode label says.
And I did just while you were speaking, cut that open. So it was previously sealed with evidence tape and marked. And I just, is this what it looks like when you get it from the sheriff's office?
Yes.
And then what's inside of here?
I would have to look if there's 1 or 2 swabs. I could refer to Kelly's notes about it, or if you can tell.
It looks like if we look through, and there's some gloves too if you want to hold it yourself.
There are 2 swabs present in the evidence tape sealed box.
And so when we say swabs, what does that mean? What would that look like on the other end?
It's like a large Q-tip. It's a wooden stick that is about this long, maybe 4 inches, and then a cotton swab on the other end.
And what do you do then with that cotton swab when you perform analysis?
We cut a small sliver of the cotton swab off and place it into a tube. We then add some reagents to the tube to release the DNA and the saliva, the skin cells from the cotton, and then break open the actual cells to allow the DNA to be in the tube. We then clean it using some reagents, and then it goes through the process of quantitation, which determines how much DNA is present in that sample. It then goes on to be amplified if there is enough DNA. So when I was talking about those small segments of DNA, we are looking at a number of those small fractions. And during the amplification process, we make many, many copies of the profile or the DNA that we specifically need to look at. The amplified DNA then goes through the capillary electrophoresis machine, and we get a DNA profile from those samples.
So moving on now to, and I would move exhibit 394 into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Received.
And just to clarify, is that the process that you explained that you did with the swab and 394, is that the same process that you would use receiving a swab from any individual? That same process we carry through for testing of DNA on that swab?
Yes, that's correct.
So now, and just to be clear on report number 9, which is exhibit 387, that was a 3-page document, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Pages 2 and 3, what are contained on those pages just generally?
That's our technical appendix that accompanies every report on each case.
Okay. So now I want to go to when we talk about the, we'll get to the report about the toothbrush, but when we examined the toothbrush, did we use a similar process as with Bryson's, or how did we do the toothbrush evaluation?
So Kelly received the actual toothbrush, and then she used a swab to swab the end of the bristle end that would go into your mouth, and then collected the DNA sample that way.
And what did she use to compare that swab from the toothbrush to? And I think if we could just go there, that's exhibit 391.
So the laboratory also received a report from another laboratory that did DNA analysis on some bones, the Petrus pyramid. Kelly, our laboratory analyst, used the DNA profile that she developed from the toothbrush and compared that to the DNA profile developed by Bodie from the bones.
And I'll show you what has been marked exhibit 88. And you probably want me to, I'll let you open it because you want to use different gloves each time, correct?
I do.
I'll do that too. And why is that important to use different gloves every time?
We want to make sure that we don't transfer DNA from one item of evidence to another item of evidence. We want to make sure that we're looking at each one with fresh veg paper. We've cleaned all of our tools and we're using fresh gloves.
Okay, so in 88, what are we looking there in evidence number 88? State's evidence number 88.
This is a toothbrush that Kelly has labeled with a zip tie. The case R24-1767, item L.
And so she would give that zip tie, what is that an indication of?
So we also label each item of evidence that we examine so we can identify it in court if necessary, sometimes at a much later date. In this case, she did not want to write on the actual toothbrush, so she used a zip tie as a method of labeling it.
And is it sometimes important too if someone else has to testify in your place for whatever reason?
Yes, it absolutely is.
And then on the outside of that packaging as well, is there, you can put the toothbrush back in now, is there a sticker on the outside that indicates that it is was received at the crime lab and tested by Kelly at the crime lab?
Yes, it has our pre-printed case label, barcode label with the case number R24-1767, and Kelly's initials are on the label as well.
And does that, all those numbers match up with the information that we see in Exhibit 391?
Yes.
And again, when we matched up the profile developed from the toothbrush, matching that up with the profile developed from the bone sample received from Bodie Technologies, were we able to say that we had developed a profile consistent with Crystal Rasch?
Yes, the profile from the bones does state that it was a partial profile, but a single source, female, and that it was consistent with the DNA profile developed from the toothbrush.
And the fact that it was a partial profile, is that another reason why we did that secondary family testing, just to make sure that there were no issues down the line in this case?
Yes.
Okay, so now if we can move back to, I take that back from you here. I'll take Exhibit 88 back from you. And we'll move back to Exhibit 388. This is report number 5, dated August 9th, 2024, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what was tested in this report?
There was item A1, A2, A3, item I, J, and L.
And what were those items?
Item A1, A2, and A3 were stains collected on swabs from a 2023 Mitsubishi Eclipse Cross with the license plate AUH4251. Item I was a buccal swab standard reportedly recovered from Zachariah Rasch. Item J was a buccal swab standard reportedly recovered from Brenda Acosta Huffman. And item L was the toothbrush that we just looked at.
So the item A1, A2, A3, when we get swabs from testing in an area of a vehicle, are those similar swabs than we would when we are getting a buccal sample from an individual, or do they look different?
No, they are the same types of swabs.
Is the process utilized by the lab the same for the testing or something different?
The process is the same.
So starting with sample Does the lab test each sample individually then? So A1 first individually?
So sometimes we can group samples together in the same extraction set. They are each sample is in its own tube, its own separate extraction. But maybe like in this case, she might have put the stain from the swab A1 in its own tube A1, the stain from the swab A2 in its own, a cutting of that in its own tube A2. The same with the stain collected on the swab A3. Then she would take a sample of that, place it in its own tube A3. And then we also at this point include an additional sample. It's called a reagent blank. So then this extraction set would have 4 samples, the 3 evidentiary items, each being extracted and analyzed separately. But then the additional reagent blank, that is a control that we incorporate into extractions to make sure that our reagents are clean, that there's no DNA profile developed from the reagent blank, that nothing is contaminating the evidence.
And so when testing A1, what did the testing, well, let me show you this first. When testing, would you have been aware of where those swabs were collected?
Yes, in this case, she was, and after reviewing her notes, I am aware, yes.
So A1, where was that collected from?
That was collected from the lower door frame of the front passenger of the 2023 Mitsubishi.
And so after doing that testing, what did that testing reveal?
That was also tested presumptively positive for blood. And then
I'm just going to pause 1 second just to remind, we just saw that this morning, but I'm just showing exhibit 328, which is a photo of where the sample was collected. And I'll just put that for you, but I'm sorry, continue, go on.
Yes, it was tested presumptive positive for blood, and then a DNA profile was developed from that. It was a single source female profile and consistent with the DNA profile from Crystal Rasch.
So would you always test for blood in these circumstances? Or are there circumstances where you would not test for blood?
There are some circumstances that we may not test for blood. If the sample is very limited, if it's a small amount, we don't want to use up some of that sample in presumptive testing for biological stains. Sometimes we just want to save all of it for the DNA analysis.
And then in this case, was sample A1, and in the report it's listed as A1A. What does that mean, A1A?
So the initial swab that was taken of the staining on the door frame, that swab was A1. But then Kelly took a small cutting of that swab, and then at that point, those 2 samples are separated from each other. So they have different chains of custody. The swab, the original swab, gets placed back in the packaging, and that remains item A1. But the cutting then, because that goes, through the robotic process, then it has its own chain of custody. We have to sub-designate it and call it A1A.
So was A1A then compared to the profile of Zachariah Rasch?
Yes, it was.
And did that, what were the results of that testing?
He was excluded as a donor of that DNA profile.
And then it looks like it was also tested against Brenda Acosta Hoffman.
Yes.
And so why would we compare it to that individual?
So we, once DNA profiles, either evidentiary or standards, are developed, we then use all of the standards to compare back to any of the evidence items, evidentiary item profiles developed in the case. So she was also eliminated or excluded as a donor of that DNA profile.
And then going back to the A1A in the comparison with Crystal Rasch, you stated that it was consistent, correct?
Correct.
And was there a probability of consistency in this analysis?
Yes. Part of our policy is that we can't just say that somebody is included or excluded. If we say that somebody is included as a possible donor, we have to give statistical weight to it to, kind of convey the strength of that inclusion. And so in this case, the probability of randomly selecting the observed profile from a population of unrelated individuals is not more frequent than 1 in 1 quadrillion.
Now, when we look at, there's a chart at the top of the page, if we can just move up, it indicates that there is on A1A, there's male DNA present, and then there's an indication that it's limited. So what would that designation mean there?
That's part of our quantitation process. It has the ability to determine how much human DNA is present, and then in the sample, and how much male DNA is present in that same sample. In this case, there was some male DNA detected, but it was a very small amount. So it indicates, like, based on our validation, that it's not unreasonable to not see a mixture in this case, or any of the male profile generated.
Because so in all three, A1, A2, and A3, we only have single source profile, correct?
That's correct.
Well, I guess A1 and A3, because I think in A2 there was not enough for testing. Is that correct? For male. No, for A1, A2, and A3, there was sufficient DNA for testing all single source profile, correct?
Correct.
So now moving on to A2, do you know where that sample was from?
That was collected from the front passenger seatbelt.
And I'm showing exhibit 333. And what did the testing on that reveal?
That was also presumptive positive for blood, and the DNA profile developed was a single source female profile consistent with Crystal Rasch. And the same statistics were also applied. The probability of randomly selecting the observed DNA profile from a population of unrelated individuals is not more frequent than 1 in 1 quadrillion.
And then A3, where was that collected from?
That was collected from the passenger side, I believe one of the air vents.
Yep. So I'm showing exhibit 338. And what did the testing on that sample reveal?
Well, as we talked about a little bit ago, sometimes we do not do presumptive testing for the biological fluids. This is an instance that happened. It was the swab that was used to collect the sample was only very faintly stained reddish brown. Kelly decided that she did not want to use any of that sample for the screening of blood. She wanted to save it for DNA analysis. So she didn't do any screening testing on that, but there was a single source female profile developed that is consistent with Crystal Rasch, and the same statistics apply. Would not observe this profile more frequently than 1 in 1 quadrillion.
With respect to report number 5 dated August 9th, 2024, any other DNA testing reflected within this report?
No.
So now, and then so page 3 and 4 of the report is again that technical appendix, correct?
Correct.
So now we put in a couple of pictures here. This was previously marked 356. Actually, we'll come back to those pictures. We'll go straight to the report first, exhibit 390. And this is report number 6 dated October 22nd, 2024, correct?
That's correct.
And what items were tested in this report?
Item A5 was a vape pen. Item B1, a detergent bottle. Item B2, a Hoover carpet cleaner. And item D, a Taurus G2C handgun, the serial number AEE460186.
So first, was there blood testing, presumptive blood testing done on these items?
On some of the items.
So what items was presumptive blood testing done on?
The Taurus handgun, and blood was not detected on that item. And then presumptive positive testing was from the detergent bottle and the Hoover carpet cleaner.
So going to now exhibit that was previously marked 356, we'll put that back on the screen. And if we could just zoom in there on that handle. And we did see this earlier, but if we could just shut off the lights briefly, Judge, and then we can turn them back on. As I know we talked about this during Trevor's testimony, right here in the center of the handle, I'm pointing with my finger, is that where it was tested for blood?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you. What's marked as 382. And if you can just pull that out and tell me if you see any markings on that that indicated that that was tested.
Yes, it does have the case R24-1767, item B1, dated and initialed by Kelly on the bottom of the bottle.
And then does it show, is there any writing on the handle, or
There is not any writing on the handle.
did her notes reflect where she swabbed?
Yes.
Okay, and the notes reflect where was the swabbing done based on the notes?
The notes, she noted that she swabbed the red-brown stain that was present on the handle. I think it was about 3/4 of an inch long by only a couple of millimeters wide.
And you can see that red-brown staining in the photo, correct?
Yes.
And now looking with your eyes on the detergent bottle, is the staining present on that handle any further?
It is not. She did make note of that in her notes as well, that she swabbed the entire stain.
Let's go on the bottom here. And I'll just walk past the jury here so they can see no further staining. So was DNA testing performed on this item?
Yes, it was.
And what were the results of that DNA testing? So this would be item B1, correct?
Yes, and then the swab was B1A. So she did attempt to extract the DNA from that red-brown stain. And then she did quantitation on it, and it yielded a present amount of human DNA, but it was very limited. And then the male DNA was determined to be inconclusive. So it was below our threshold. It was basically determined to be unsuitable for any DNA typing.
So what types of things can impact the ability to get a suitable amount of DNA? I guess I should say, what types of things can break down DNA?
There's a number of things, environmental factors such as heat, direct sunlight, enzymes present in soil, the physical washing of an item and water running over. Another thing would be detergent. We actually use, that's part of our reagent that we use to clean and break down the DNA, are very mild detergents. So that is some of the items or some of the things that can cause the breakdown of DNA.
So when we swabbed or tested for the blood, could that testing break down the DNA, or we're doing two different swabs?
I believe, I'd have to refer to my notes, but I believe she took one swab of the stain on the bottle and then cut just a sliver of the stain from the swab to test it with phenolphthalein testing. So they were separate tests, but then the second part is know that phenolphthalein testing does not break down DNA. But in this instance, they were separate samples.
So the phenolphthalein testing, so does detergent break down blood or affect the phenolphthalein testing?
No. Detergents can break down blood and the components of blood. If they are abrasive enough, they can also break down the cellular membrane, and then the cells break open. It can also break down the actual DNA, the chromosome structures of the DNA. But I forget the second part of your question.
So that there was just one part. So the really the question is, we get positive for on the phenolphthalein for blood, but
Correct.
not enough DNA. I guess, I think you answered it, but why could we get one and not the other?
Yes, it's possible that the detergent broke down the structure, the cellular material or the structures of the DNA to not be able to get a DNA profile, but phenolphthalein isn't actually testing the DNA, it's testing for another component in blood. So that did not get broken down by the detergent.
So now going to the torus. the firearm. There was no blood detected on the firearm, correct?
That's correct.
And the firearm was marked item D1, correct?
The
Or sorry, D.
firearm was item D, correct?
And then was there swabbing done of the firearm?
Yes, Kelly did swab, I believe, the end of the barrel and the inside of the barrel. She also tested that swab for phenolphthalein, and that was negative.
So I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 132. And is there looks like there's a Milwaukee Crime Lab sticker on this, correct?
Correct.
And you work for the Madison Crime Lab, correct?
Correct.
But is there some indication that you would have also received that?
Yes, Kelly's initials are over that barcode label.
And so if you could just open that up, it's been previously opened, and show where the swabbing of the firearm would have been performed.
So I believe that she swabbed the end of the barrel here, or the end of the muzzle, and then she did put the swab into the barrel and actually stuck it in there a little bit and swabbed around the inside of the barrel and the end of the muzzle.
And then would she have swabbed, in this case, the handle or the trigger of the firearm at all?
She did not in this case.
And do you know why that would not have been performed in this case?
I think it was based on the case circumstances and attempting to look for blood and DNA.
Inside the barrel of the gun, correct?
Yes.
So what things can break down DNA or blood within the barrel of a firearm?
Well, again, heat can also do that.
So if a firearm has been, so if it was fired subsequent to any blood being inside of the firearm, would that break down the DNA?
It's possible, yes.
What about if someone cleaned the firearm after firing it?
Yes, that is also possible. Either breaking down the DNA if there is any there, or just physically removing it by the cleaning and the rubbing and brushing.
So in this case, was there DNA testing performed on the firearm?
Yes, there was.
And were we able to determine whose DNA was inside of the barrel of the firearm?
No, in this case, we could not determine that. There was a low-level partial mixture profile developed from that swabbing of the barrel and the end of the muzzle. It just was not suitable for comparisons to be made to that profile.
And in this case, is it fair to say, since the firearm was located inside the defendant's bedroom, that we would not have done DNA testing on the outside, the trigger and the handle portion of the firearm, or the external portion of the firearm, because there's an assumption that the defendant's DNA would be on the firearm in those circumstances, correct?
That's correct.
And does the crime lab have restrictions on the amount of DNA testing that can be performed, generally speaking?
Yes.
So we try to be judicious in what we test for DNA.
Objection leading.
The judge had overruled, so I can answer.
Yes, that's correct.
So now I want to go to, we'll start with the vape pen. So I'll show you Exhibit 389. And is that appear to be in Exhibit 389, does that appear to be a red vape pen in that photo?
Yes, it does.
And does it appear also to be a crime lab number consistent with is used in crime lab cases?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you what has previously been marked as Exhibit 381. And that was previously opened. And then inside, what do we see inside that exhibit?
The red and black vape pen.
And so what, if any, swabbing or testing was done and for this item?
The mouth area was swabbed.
And so how do you know that the mouth area was swabbed?
That was documented in Kelly's notes.
Okay, you can put that back in the bag. The swabbing of the mouth area, was their DNA suitable for testing?
Yes, there was. And that ended up being a mixture of DNA from 2 individuals and at least 1 male.
And were we able to compare that with either of our known subjects?
Yes, based on case information that Kelly had, she made the assumption that Zachariah Rasch was present on the vape pen. So the statistics that were performed are a little bit different than what I have presented up to this point, since this is a mixture of DNA. It was assumed that Zachariah was present, and then we try to determine who the other person of interest is present in the mixture. So the likelihood ratio is set up that H1 is Zachariah Rasch and the person of interest versus H2 being Zachariah Rasch and an unknown unrelated individual. So we use 2 people of interest in this case, Crystal Rasch. That statistic was greater than 1 in 1 quadrillion. That shows very strong support for inclusion, that she is included in this mixture. And statistically, we can say it's at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe this DNA mixture if it is results from Zachariah Rasch and Crystal Rasch than if it's a mixture resulting from Zachariah Rasch and an unknown unrelated individual. The other person of interest that was compared was Brenda Acosta Huffman. That likelihood ratio ended up being 0. She is excluded as a possible contributor to this profile, and it is not possible to observe this DNA mixture if she was in H1.
So now going to item maybe B2, what item is that? Going back to the first page. Or,
Sure. B2 is the Hoover carpet cleaner.
And then did you receive that physical item? I guess I would say Kelly, but did the crime lab receive that physical item for testing?
Yes.
So first I'm going to go back and show some overview pictures. Just for, going back, please. So what we have on the screen here is Exhibit 357. That's an overview after it was removed from the trunk, then going to the next exhibit, 358. Do you know what that is on the screen? Oh, I think did I put 358 in front of you too?
It is not in front of me, but that looks like the, I forget how Kelly worded it, the housing.
Is it your understanding from Kelly's report that that item was swabbed?
Yes, she described that as the liquid guard.
And if we can zoom in on this and maybe just lower the lights. Judge? We just lower the lights on this.
Sure.
Do you see any brown reddish substance there in that photo?
I actually cannot see any.
Okay, the
Light
physical.
didn't help.
I'll get you this here. And you see it in that photo?
Yes, I can.
So that's the physical printout of the photo, correct?
Correct.
Ed, can you see some red brownish substance in the photo? And where is that most concentrated?
Yes, I can see the red brown staining, and it is, it looks like that would be the part that you would, that would be in contact with whatever you were cleaning, like the little vacuum end.
And I'll just show, so are you the very front
Mhm.
part? So when you're looking at the picture, the long portion of the item facing the right-hand side, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So on 358, I'll just put my finger at the very top of the picture too. So maybe the jurors that can't see the screen as well too, I'll just walk the photo in front. We'll go old fashioned as well as new technology. And then what other portions of that Hoover were swabbed based on the notes?
The outside of the hose extension, and that was item B2A. The liquid guard, the picture that we just looked at, was B2B, and the handle of the carpet cleaner was B2C.
And so I'm just going to show you up on the projector what the crime lab documented. 359, 360, and 362. And then we'll zoom in on 362. I don't know if you can see it from all the way back there, that little red spot down there at the bottom. Can you see that from all the way back?
Yes.
But I think easier, and if I can have my assistant follow me with this chair. We'll just, a table. We'll put exhibit 383 down, and I'll some gloves on here because the hose, I think, is not documented great in these. So it looks like we have this still filled with detergent. I'll just have you look at this. No swabbing was done on this, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I'll take this item out. Was there any swabbing done on this item?
There was not.
Okay. So we'll put that this side here. And there's some brushes in here. There's some hair in there, but no swabbing
Correct.
done on that. I'm just gonna put those right back in the bag. So first, take this bottom portion of this out. So can we tell, I don't know if there's something you want me to place it on. Can we tell where this was swabbed at all? They're just from her reports.
Let me take a look at it.
Because then it looks like this would be the bottom of that item, correct?
Yes, it does.
So, but that would be the item that was depicted in Exhibit 358 that had that brown staining on it that was swabbed, correct?
I don't have the photo of the exhibit with the exhibit number on it. Yes, that is the item shown in the photo at Exhibit 358. I can't totally tell from looking at the guard where it was swabbed. It looks like there's quite a bit of reddish brown staining on it, and it looks like there's maybe 7 or 8 millimeters wide, probably the width of the cotton on the end of a swab. It looks like there's like a stripe that's going down there. We would wet the swab first with distilled water and then use that to lift the stain off of the item. And so it looks like it runs right down. It would be on the other side, on the inside.
So right down and then inside of the portion of the cleaning under the lip, if you will, of the item, correct?
Yes, it's like triangular shaped. And so it looks like she probably stuck that into that crevice and then just wiped down the length of the opening.
Okay, so I'm going to put this back in the bag here. And we'll take out the whole rest of this item. And show the hose here. So we've got, she would have swabbed this handle, correct?
Yes,
And can you still see anything on the handle?
it does actually look like there's still some reddish brown spot of staining there.
So I'm just gonna walk this by. And then the hose, she would have swabbed inside of this hose, correct?
That, it says
Help me under.
the outside of the hose extension.
Oh,
So I would
this.
have to actually look at her notes if you want me to verify.
I think that is
I-
unnecessary at this point, but she swabbed another component of this item, correct? Correct?
Yes.
And then based on that swabbing, what were the results?
Um, So the swabbing from the outside of the hose extension and the swabbing of the stain on the inside of the liquid guard were single source female profiles that were consistent with each other, and they are also consistent with the profile from Crystal Rasch. Again, statistically very similar. The probability of randomly selecting that observed profile from a population of unrelated individuals is not more frequent than 1 in 1 quadrillion. Zachariah Rasch and Brenda Acosta Huffman were excluded from that profile. But the swabbing from the handle of the carpet cleaner was also a low-level partial mixture that was not suitable to make any comparisons to.
So not suitable for Crystal or any other person, correct?
Correct, inclusion or exclusion.
And what are some of the reasons for that again?
There's just not enough genetic information present, or there's a mixture of DNA and it's not completely represented. And so we don't want to use it and make any inclusions or exclusions to it because it's just such limited amount of information.
So now, with respect to report number 6, dated October 22nd, 2024, any other DNA results represented, DNA or blood results represented in this report?
No, that was it.
And then again, page 4 and 5, the technical appendix, correct?
That's correct.
And then 391, report number 7, dated November 12th, 2024. We already spoke about, that's the toothbrush and STR analysis. So now going to exhibit 392, we changed format of our reports, correct?
Yes, we did.
So now we have another DNA report number 6, correct?
Correct.
But this one is dated, December 16th, 2025, correct?
Correct.
And what items did we test here?
This was item 1, a saw, and item 2, a holster.
And so when testing the holster, starting with the saw, was testing performed on that item?
She visually examined it and then did some testing, presumptive testing for blood, but none was detected. So then no further analysis was conducted on the saw.
Okay. And so what about the holster?
The holster was visually examined, no stains were observed. So she used a swab to swab the inside of the holster and determined that there was human DNA and male DNA present.
So I'm going to show you first, before we talk about the results, that holster. Oh, I'm sorry. Not saying the exhibit number. And this is exhibit number 133. And then is there a crime lab sticker on the outside of that?
Yes, there is. It's our barcode label, and it's case number R24-1767, item number 2.
And is there an indication that Kelly Gajewski would have tested that item?
Yes, her initials and date are also on the packaging.
And then if you can just sort of hold that up and demonstrate where she would have swabbed on that item.
So she used a swab to go on the inside of the holster where the gun would be placed on the inside. You can't open it too much. It is kind of firm. So she would have just stuck the swab down in there, rubbed it around, and tried to collect as much of a sample as she could.
And is there something on the outside that's an indication that she would have swabbed that item?
Yes, she also used a zip tie on this to label it R24-1767, item number 2, with her initials and date that she examined it.
Okay, and you can put that back in the bag. I'll return it. And after swabbing that item, what were the results of the DNA analysis?
That ended up being a mixture of DNA of 3 people and at least 1 male individual. So again, assuming that this is a 3-person mixture and based on case information, it's reasonable to believe that Zachariah Rasch's DNA is present on this item, where she assumed that he is. So she set up the likelihood ratio as H1 being Zachariah Rasch plus 1 person of interest plus 1 unknown individual. And then H2 was Zachariah Rasch and 2 unknown unrelated individuals. So we looked at Crystal Rasch as a person of interest. So that would be, the likelihood ratio would be Zachariah Rasch plus Crystal Rasch plus 1 unknown individual over Zachariah Rasch and 2 unknown individuals. The likelihood ratio ended up being 8.65 times 10 to the 9th, being showing very strong support for inclusion of Crystal Rasch. So that means it's at least 8 billion times more likely to observe this DNA profile being from Zachariah Rasch, Crystal Rasch, and 1 unknown individual versus being from Zachariah Rasch and 2 unknown individuals. We also compared the standard Bryson Rasch. He was excluded. It is not likely to, or it is not possible to make up this DNA mixture with his DNA profile. And also compared Brenda Acosta Huffman. She was also excluded. It is not possible to have this mixture of DNA with her DNA present.
And so the difference, so we saw some other inclusions that said, I think quadrillion, right? 1 in quadrillion, and this is 1 in 8 billion times more likely. Why would we have those different statistical analysis?
So the other ones were single source profiles. There was a mixture of 2 individuals that we looked at, but this is a mixture of 3 individuals. And so there's more DNA types present in the mixture. And we have to take into account all the potential combinations of those types. So naturally, the number is not, it can't possibly be as large.
Oh, and one other housekeeping item. I'm not going to make you open these up or anything, but I just want to show you exhibits.
Lunch is here.
Very quickly. I'm just going to move these in and then I will be concluded here. They're the swaps from the vehicle. Exhibit 395, 396, and 397. I'm going to show you exhibits 395, 396, and 397. Can you tell me what those are?
Yes, they are manila envelopes, each bearing the crime laboratory barcode label with case number R241767. 395 is item A3, 396 is item A1, and 397 is A2. They also have Kelly's date and initials on the items.
And those are the swabbings from the Mitsubishi, the blood stains, correct?
That's correct.
I would just move those into evidence.
No, Your Honor.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Well, lunch, please, Your Honor.
Very good. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to take lunch. Obviously, the same instructions that I have given to you that you probably haunt you in your sleep. You cannot discuss this case until all of the evidence is received, and I've instructed you on the law. With that, have a nice lunch. We will break for 1 hour. All right, anything before we break?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right. 110.
That's why they told me. I'm touching it different. You think I'm crazy? No.
If that changes, I'll let you know.
Yeah, yeah. Right. Sounds good. Thank you.
We'll figure it out. I have a couple that I need to sort out titles for anyway.
Well, I was just mostly verification. So we'll just get through what we can get through on the statement. So it'll just be.
I mean, we're not going to get a cost.
No, because then,
Just have about 5 hours of the state.
right, so like then tomorrow, we will put Anderson and Jordan on first. And then we won't do
Which was Anderson?
Taylor Anderson, but yeah.
And you're doing Jordan too?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Then copy.
I mean, I would think so. I really should. Because I do think the children would be probably close to 2 hours. And then next we'll have 2 more hours of statement and whatever.
So we can do all that.
And then, I mean, they would probably want to do it. I don't think we should break up. I don't think we would come before lunch.
I don't see how.
Yeah, I would say probably like 2 o'clock. I think I'll probably do Tyler first. All right, let's move all this.
Yeah, I didn't know what else. I was thinking
Sorry. Oh, what is she doing? It doesn't.
We never can count out here. But sure, beyond that.
Okay, that's why I'm here, because I'm off.
Oh, no, you're good.
I just worried that I'm off and then also need to wrap it up. Friday afternoon. So,
For what people?
first, yeah, like, I want to make sure we have the presence up here for closing, for verdict. Perfect, that's.
No, not.
Just go right there.
Yeah. These. I mean. Well, let's go upstairs. So the one thing we do have to do. So there is a folder in the shared drive for copying. That's all the clips. They all need to be put on one flash drive. Or we can put two flash drives. I think they should be on the flash drive all in order though, hopefully. But we need to look at that over lunch. Oh, really? Oh, we need to look at that then over lunch. I don't know the answer to that question. Great. Oh, great.
Just for one. It's easy enough. Again, you just scroll and look for number 1. And then 2, and then 3. It's all on the same page.
So I have to check.
I'll just show you.
So we have to double, so the time's on there.
defense put it there? I'm not really sure.
Wants it, okay. You tell your family to watch it, you might be on TV?
No.
The beauty of it all.
It's so great. It's like an hour from the coast to an hour. Okay.
Yeah, it does. Felt better standing. Your day or whatever.
Oh, it's okay. It's a nice day to be out of the office.
Well, I mean, other than they're there, you're
Yes.
get outside.
Yep.
You get out like this much.
No, I didn't.
Been over more than once.
want some water, Zach? If you have an extra one, we'll take it. It's pretty high tech.
No, we're good.
All you guys have going on is it's like a sturdy.
You may be seated. All right, we are back on the record appearances. I was saying, ma'am, there's been a break in time. Did you recall you're under oath? Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Very good. Are we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Bring in the jury, please.
I did. I'm gonna use it. I can move it here.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, before we broke, I gave you some instructions. Is there any one of you who violated those instructions? No one has raised their hand. We'll continue with cross.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Before we begin talking about DNA, I just want to clarify, in this case, you're not testifying about cause of death or manner of death, correct?
That's correct.
You're mostly centered around identification.
Correct.
Okay, you've been a senior DNA analyst since 2005,
Yes.
so you're familiar with the published works to date on DNA.
Yes.
I see you've also had extensive trainings that keep you up to date with the science.
Yes.
Fair to say that as a science, it's always changing and there's always newer and better ways to do things.
That is true.
Okay. So when we talk about DNA transfer is simply I guess I'm going to kind of repeat myself, from DNA from one item or individual being transferred to another item or individual. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, when we talk about DNA transfer, we talk about the possibility of it happening, not probability of it happening. Is that fair to say?
Correct. Yes.
And what I mean by that is to say that if I touch my water bottle here and then I put it down, you couldn't come into court and say there's a 50% chance that my DNA is on there, right?
That's correct.
And that's just something that's established with the published works, is that when testifying or writing reports, you don't give a probability percentage, for example.
Not of transfer.
Not of transfer, right? Just that it's possible that it could happen.
Correct.
Let me know if this is true from the published work, this statement. It is not possible to use the amount of DNA recovered from a surface to assess whether the DNA was deposited there by a single touch or by regular use.
That's correct.
And why is that so?
We cannot determine when something was handled or how often it was handled.
Would you agree with this statement? It is not possible to use the amount of DNA recovered from an item of interest, to inform whether the DNA was deposited by direct contact or indirect transfer.
That's correct.
Okay, so I want to talk about transference of DNA. You're familiar with that term?
Yes.
Okay. So one of the ways that we can transfer DNA is, I'll use my water bottle example again, is I can touch the water bottle, put it down, and then you swab the water bottle and my DNA shows up in your analysis. Is that correct?
That's possible, yes.
And that's what we call a primary transfer.
Correct.
Now, there's also a secondary transfer.
Correct.
Now, a secondary transfer is that if you were to come and touch my water bottle, and then let's say touch the doorknob to the jury room, my DNA, it's possible, would show up on that doorknob.
Correct.
Okay, and that's what we call a secondary transfer.
Correct.
And then you can go kind of down the line with a tertiary transfer. I don't know what it is for the fourth, but fourth and fifth, so that if, say, Mr. Josty touches that door handle and then touches some other item like that table, my DNA could end up on that table.
It's possible.
Okay. And then again, you can't give percentages or probabilities of it happening. You just, the published work says it's whether it's possible or not.
Correct.
All right. So I want to talk about the degradation of DNA. You mentioned that in essence, it doesn't last forever.
Correct.
It can be destroyed by heat.
Yes.
like the biological factors,
Yes.
chemicals,
Yes.
the environment,
Yep.
and cleaning products.
Correct.
Now, in this case, assuming you analyzed, well, that your lab analyzed the Taurus firearm and also the holster, correct?
Correct.
Okay, now assuming that the Taurus firearm and holster were found in a home on a shelf, you would agree with me that there is less environmental exposure for degradation.
On the firearm, environmental, that's correct, but the firearm is exposed to heat.
Okay, internally,
Yes.
okay. But once that, let's say the firing of the firearm has passed, the storage of it on a shelf is a place where relatively the DNA is not going to be degraded by the environment.
Correct.
I mean, it will to some extent, but not as if it's left exposed to the elements, correct?
Correct.
All right. When it comes to cleaning an item that has DNA on it, if the surface of that item is a hard surface like this table, it's easier to clean the DNA off of, correct?
Yes.
Versus a porous surface,
Correct.
like let's say a couch cushion.
Yes.
All right, because even though, let's say a couch cushion for that example, you could clean the DNA off the top surface of it, but there still could be DNA inside the couch if it's absorbed into the cushion.
That's correct.
In this case, the Taurus firearm was an item of interest, correct?
Yes.
Was it designated an item of interest by law enforcement or by your laboratory?
It was submitted to the laboratory by the law enforcement agency, so they determined that.
Okay, so there was their decision that this is something that's important. Please conduct an analysis on it.
Correct.
All right. Now, in the report, it said that the DNA profile on the barrel of that Taurus on the opening of it, and inside the barrel of the Taurus had a unknown low-level partial mixture DNA profile, correct?
Correct.
And just so that we're all clear, a partial mixture DNA profile with low levels means that the sample contains genetic material, correct?
Yes.
Okay, from at least 2 people, correct?
Correct.
But the amount is too small or degraded to yield a complete set of identifiable markers.
Correct.
In this case also, there was the holster that was analyzed by your laboratory, correct?
Yes.
And Crystal Rasch's DNA was included for the interior of that holster.
Correct.
That was the only place that was swabbed, correct?
Yes.
And the exterior of it wasn't swabbed.
Correct.
Now, Crystal Rasch's DNA could have been found in the interior of that holster if she had directly touched the interior of the holster.
Correct.
And that would be an example of primary DNA transfer,
Yes.
of her actually physically handling the item of interest.
Yes.
Another way that her DNA could have been found on the interior of the holster is by secondary transfer, correct?
Yes.
Specifically, if she touched a firearm that was placed inside the holster, her DNA could be transferred to the interior of the holster.
Correct.
And that would be a reasonable interpretation of this DNA result, is that Crystal Rasch handled a firearm that was placed inside the holster.
Well, back to the percentages, I don't really determine what's reasonable or not. We just swab the item and get the DNA profile and make the comparisons.
Okay, so in using your language, it's possible.
It is possible.
And you can't rule out that that's how her DNA ended up on the inside of that holster, correct?
Correct.
Okay, you swabbed, well, I see you, it was your laboratory swabbed multiple items that were presented to you, correct?
Yes.
There were 3 different stains from the interior of the Mitsubishi Eclipse, correct?
Correct.
Toothbrush,
Yes.
a vape pen,
Yep.
saw,
Yes.
holster,
Yes.
the detergent bottle handle.
Correct.
There was the Hoover carpet cleaner as well.
Yes.
And that was broken up into 3 different items, 3 different swabs. There was the exterior of the hose extension,
Yes.
the inside of the liquid guard,
Yes.
and the handle from the carpet cleaner, correct?
Correct.
Now, from your understanding and also the firearm, was it the barrel at the end of the barrel of the firearm, correct?
Correct.
Okay, was there anything else that was provided to you that was submitted for testing?
The standards of the individual and the DNA profile from the bones that were found.
Okay. Now, with all those items that were submitted, there was no swabbing of the trigger of the Taurus, correct?
Correct.
No swabbing of the trigger guard, correct?
Correct.
And there was no swabbing of the handle of the firearm as well.
Correct.
Okay, but the handle from the carpet cleaner was swabbed for testing,
Yes.
and the handle to the detergent bottle was submitted for testing.
Yes.
Okay, and that wasn't with the decision to not swab the handle of the firearm. It just wasn't even attempted. Is that correct?
Correct.
It's not as if you tried and then there was a low quality profile or something like that, right? It just wasn't even done.
Correct.
Yeah, whose decision was that?
I don't know if there was communications about that between Kelly, the analyst who actually examined the item, if she made that decision, or if it was based on case information with the detective who submitted it, or if it was the submitter who requested that.
Okay, if your laboratory was asked to swab that, the trigger guard or handle, that's something you could have done?
That's correct.
And that's something that has been done by your lab in the past.
Yes.
Now, there's a question on direct that said that it was perhaps due to standards that this attempt was not conducted. Is that correct?
I think she was referring to like submission guidelines and trying to streamline our process or limit the amount of samples that we process per case. It is a quite costly endeavor.
Right, so there, like, for some cases, your laboratory won't even conduct DNA analysis, let's say like misdemeanors, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, but if, and then low-level felonies, and then if it's a more serious offense, then you have more discretion, is that fair to say? Or more ability to do the testing?
Yes, our guidelines do allow more items to be submitted on the initial submission for the more severe cases.
Okay, it's not like a set number, like you can submit for this type of case, 5 items and that's it, right?
We do actually have guidelines that limit the number of items submitted.
Okay, but in this case, you could have done the trigger guard, the trigger, and the handle, correct?
We could have, yes.
Okay, nothing further, thank you.
Redirect.
If I may, sorry.
So can you just clarify on a homicide case, what are the submission guidelines, the number of items that would be initially accepted and tested by the lab?
I believe that it is 10 items.
And when it comes to firearms, is it fair to say that there are 2 options that we can ask the crime lab to do the swabbing, or the law enforcement agency can do the swabbing, and then we can submit those swabs to the crime lab, correct?
Correct.
In cases where we believe that a firearm has been cleaned, is it possible that there's another approach that is taken to swabbing a firearm to get our best chance at getting DNA from that firearm? Like if we find items suggesting that the firearm has been cleaned since the incident, is it possible that there would be a discussion between the case agent and the crime lab analyst on what type of swabbing should take place on the firearm?
Yes.
And if an item is, so if a firearm is cleaned, what areas might you swab to get DNA, your greatest chance of getting DNA?
The locations that would be the least likely to be touched or handled.
And what are those locations typically?
The inside of the barrel, or, you know, if the trigger or any buttons or tabs are textured, those might be another place that we would target because they are more difficult. We just try to get into all the nooks and crannies and get what we can.
And in this case, this was an instance where we left the swabbing to the crime lab, correct?
Yes.
So the Dodge County Sheriff's Office relied on the expertise of the crime lab for the best chance of getting DNA off of the firearm, correct?
Correct.
And the firearm was tested for blood first, correct?
I don't know if it was tested first or simultaneously. If she took the swab of the end of the muzzle and inside the barrel and then tested that swab, I believe that's what she did. So she just took one swab. I even think there was no reddish brown staining noted, but she tested it with our screening blood test anyway, and it was negative, and then took the remainder of that swab forward for DNA.
I have nothing further, thank you.
Nothing further.
Cross.
Nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Step down. Counsel, if you want to, I don't know if you want to leave all of these exhibits and things up here for your next witness. Thank you.
And the state will no longer need this witness, defense may this witness be excused.
Yes, of course. Thank you.
All right, the next witness.
The state would call Justin Cotney.
All right, come on up. If by now you don't know where the witness stand is, there's absolutely no hope. Raise your right hand.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, I do.
Have a seat.
Detective, can you please state your first and last name and spell both?
Yes, Justin Cotney, Justin Kontny.
How are you employed?
I'm a detective with the Dodge County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you worked for the Dodge County Sheriff's Office?
I started in August of 2010, so going on 16 years.
What is your current assignment?
I work in investigations as a detective.
When did you get assigned to the investigations division?
About 2.5 years ago.
And prior to that assignment, what was your assignment at the sheriff's office?
I started out as a corrections officer in our jail, worked there for about 3 years. I worked in patrol for over a decade in different capacities as both a road deputy and a sergeant.
In addition to, well, I'm going to direct your attention to June of 2024. You were working as a detective for the sheriff's office during that time?
Correct.
And specifically, excuse me, on Tuesday, June 25th, were you working day shift hours at the Dodge County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, I was.
And at some point, did your Lieutenant Taylor Nails, come and talk to you about a situation that he had been made aware of?
He did.
What information did you learn?
I was informed, I was working on a different case assignment, and I was told there was a missing person complaint that had come in that was followed up on, I believe it was the evening prior, by Deputy Kukan, who you've all heard from earlier. And there were some additional calls that came in, including from Heather Doherty, who you have also heard from, with some increasing concerns, and he wanted me to take a look at it.
So where did you start in taking a look at the case?
So the first thing I did was reviewed the casework that was already done to see what contacts have been made. And I went through Deputy Kukan's report. I watched the video, again, that you have all seen. And I spoke with Deputy Schwartz, who made phone contact with Heather Doherty, and just had him relay the info to me so I could speak with her directly to ask some follow-up questions. She provided some additional concerns that she had, which increased my concerns as well, especially after looking at the report and the video, that there may be more to this than originally determined.
So going to that video from Deputy Kukan, you watched that video right on June 25th?
Yes.
So both the body cam and the squad cam video?
Yes.
And what in particular about that video raised concerns for you?
So as I said before, I was a detective. I worked on the road for over a decade. I've had contact with probably thousands of citizens in Dodge County, just like yourselves. It was abnormal to me for Mr. Rasch, when the deputy made approach in his driveway, not to come up and address the officer showing up at his house. Most of us, if you see a deputy in your driveway and you're standing outside, again, a normal response that I've experienced would be they would address you or ask, "What are you doing here?" Something along those lines. When I look closer into the video, I observed Mr. Rasch emerge from the wooded area, from an area where smoke was billowing, and walk not to the deputy, but away from the deputy, around several vehicles, and then close the hatch on the vehicle that was parked furthest away, and then slowly walk up, kind of swatting some mosquitoes and whatever other actions he was doing. And it just looked to be some habits, again, in my experience with thousands of people, to be unusual, that something else may be going on.
So you talked to Heather Doherty, you reviewed the video, you talked to Deputy Schwartz and just read Deputy Kukan's reports, correct?
Correct. He was working evenings, so he wasn't available for me to talk to directly at that time. That's why I relied on the report for the time being.
And then what else did you do on June 25th?
I spoke with our investigations team and expressed my concerns to the administrators and said that I wanted to go directly to the known residence of Crystal Rasch, which was at 730 Main Street in Kleiman in Dodge County, Wisconsin, and speak with her mother, her biological mother, who resides there, to see if I could determine when she had left, what kind of vehicle, any other info I could gather to determine her whereabouts and well-being.
And then anyone go with you?
Yes, Detective Andy Rolfs.
And so once you went to the house in the village of Kleiman, what happened next?
So we went to the house, noticed there were some cameras on the exterior, knocked on the door. Took a little while for someone to come to the door, but eventually we were greeted and invited inside by Crystal Rasch's biological mother, Brenda Acosta.
And did you speak with Brenda Acosta?
Yes, we did.
And did that relieve your concerns or heighten your concerns?
It immediately heightened our concerns. She stated that she also has not heard from Crystal in some time, and had concerns on where she may be and also regarding her well-being.
And then what did you do next?
I asked where she thought that Crystal Rasch may be, and she offered a couple options, that there was a potential that she had traveled up north to family members in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan and was staying there, as there was some earlier conversation that she wanted to go visit up there. But she had reached out and determined she wasn't there and was now worried that was not the case. The second, or one of the offerings that she gave me, was that Crystal Rasch may be being held against her will either at the location on Wood Road with Zachariah Rasch, or on family land in near the Dells, is how she told us at the time. She didn't have any address information. She said it was a wooded area near the Wisconsin Dells.
Were you aware at that time of any family land that Zachariah Rasch had or his family had?
At that time, I was not.
What did you do to follow up on that family land?
So while we continued to talk with Brenda, my partner had asked to look at the surveillance system that was located at the house. And again, those cameras were exterior only, like a standard camera system anybody would have. So as he was kind of working his way through that technology to figure out how to view it, I was chatting more with Brenda and using online resources just on my smartphone to try to determine any other properties that may be associated with the Rasch family, including Zachariah, or knowing that he resided at his parents' house, people in their name.
And were you able to find any other land in the Dells area using open record searching?
Yes, I was able to locate an estate, and it was under Rachel and Samuel Rasch estate, and the tax records came back to the County Road J address, which is directly adjacent to where Zachariah was living, and is his grandmother. So there was two parcels, one being a 40-acre parcel and one being, I believe it was an 80-acre parcel was the second one. And again, same tax ID, just like here in Dodge County. For those of you that are landowners or ever looked up land records, you can go to our county website and through GIS, and you can see who owns what plot. It's publicly available information.
And then did you also go directly to you or another investigator in the sheriff's office go directly to the Adams County website and confirm that information?
Yes, I personally did not do that. As I was getting this, I was relaying the information to other investigators, saying, hey, we have this other land. There's a concern. It's there. Can we figure out what jurisdiction that lies in and start getting things lined up to at least do a drive-by and check if we have anything immediately of concern.
Did you later though view those records?
Yes, I did.
The verification from the county land information, correct?
Correct.
So while you're at Brenda's house, what else do you do? I'm sure, I
Again,
guess I should say Crystal's house and on Main Street and the
Sure.
Village of Climate.
sure. So again, while my partner was working through the surveillance system, which, anyone who deals with technology, just like we have in court here, can sometimes be a little bit of, difficulties, take some time. So I had asked Brenda Acosta for consent to go up to Crystal's room. And she offered consent saying, yes, you can do that. She also noted that she hasn't been up there due to some mobility issues, because where Crystal resided was in the upper level of the house and her mother primarily stayed at the lower level. And I don't remember the exact issue, but it was just a mobility issue to go up and down. So once that consent was obtained, I went upstairs, and I believe some of the pictures you had seen earlier, I photographed things around the room, and I took notice that there was a cell phone left on her nightstand right away, which I thought was unusual for most people nowadays. You go anywhere, your phone's in your pocket. So again, another concern. I noticed the calendar on the wall. I took photographs of it. I saw checkbooks, banking information for the Bank of Blank Mills. Photographed that, again, relaying it back to our other investigators working at the sheriff's office so they could follow up on the financial records. The medications, the missing medications for the days of the week, that it appeared that, and I didn't know Crystal personally, but it appeared she was relatively organized based on her calendar, based on her medications, based on just the way she kind of laid out her personal effects. So the fact that it had now been weeks and there was no return and no contact, again, raised additional concerns for further investigation.
Anything else that you did while you were at that Main Street address?
Other than viewing the video, we did have Brenda attempt to call Crystal's phone number. So just to see if she would answer. We tried it ourselves, but sometimes, as law enforcement officers when we dial, it can come across people, like most of us, again, it's an unknown number or a blocked number, you're not going to answer. So I wanted somebody she knew to give her a call. And I also wanted her to have the ability, if a call came in, to answer and verify and ask where she was. Brenda at that time was using a track phone, and again, because of some mobility issues, had run out of minutes. So we provided her with some additional minutes so we could stay in communication with her as the investigation continued on.
When you called Crystal's number from Brenda's phone, was there any answer?
No.
Did it ring and go straight to voicemail or something else?
I don't recall. I wasn't able to make contact. And to be honest, I don't recall if it was myself or Detective Rolfs who made the actual call. But it had been done several times throughout the day, even prior to that, earlier in the office, and then again followed up with while we were there off Brenda's phone.
Anything else on that at that Main Street address?
No, not that I recall.
At some point when you returned back to the sheriff's office, was contact made with Adams County?
Yes.
And what information did you relay? Did you contact the Adams County Sheriff's Office or a police department?
Yeah, the Adams County Sheriff's Office, we were in communication with several of their investigators. I believe our lead over there was Investigator Kayeen Corbett.
If you know the spelling of that name, can you?
I believe it's Kayeen T, there might be 2 T's.
And what information did you relay to that investigator?
So the information that we had discussed thus far, and at the same time, again, other detectives in our agency were looking up the registered vehicles associated with the Rasches. So we were aware of the Dodge Ram pickup truck and the 23 Mitsubishi Eclipse and the Chevy Cobalt, again, based on, earlier looking for registration checks. So we had also utilized the flock camera systems to determine where them vehicles were traveling and relayed some of that information. There was also phone data obtained at some point later on. It wasn't directly at the address in Adams County, but the ping from June 17th, if I'm not mistaken, from Crystal's phone, because we learned later she had 2. That ping was in Adams, Wisconsin by like Highway 13. Well, one of the properties that we were concerned that she may have been at was located in Springville, Wisconsin, around that same area of that cell tower.
Messed up the order of my exhibits here. I was just gonna take a look at I'm showing you exhibit 7. Just write down at the bottom to clarify the date of the ping on the 13th Street address. I believe that's the CAD, exhibit 7 is a portion of the CAD report previously testified to by Lieutenant Nails, correct?
Correct.
So there were 2 phone data information sessions that we had. One was on the 17th and one was on June 10th, I think, correct?
Correct.
So the one for Highway 13th, which according to that CAD report, what date was that?
The one on the bottom, the last outbound call was June 10th at 10:55 a.m. Local time off 2935 State Highway 13, Adam, Wisconsin Tower in the east-southeast direction. And that's regarding the 8225 number.
And we later learned that was an outgoing call on Crystal's phone, correct?
That's correct.
And who was that to again?
That call was made to a 5968 number.
And was that the David Gruber?
Gruber Law Offices, I believe.
And was that an active attorney for Crystal Rasch or something else?
Not that I was aware of at that time.
So going back to that day, our knowledge at that day on June 25th. So we had that phone call near Highway 13, contacted the investigator. And I'm sorry, I think I interrupted you a little bit. At some point, did the investigator make any observations of the property?
Yes. So later that evening, I don't know the exact time, they were able to drive by that area and make some observations relayed back to us.
What observations did they make?
They located an area that had the campers on it off of 9th Avenue, I believe, in Springville, Wisconsin, that 40-acre plot that I was telling you about earlier. And it had several of the campers parked on it, and there was a silver SUV also at that location.
And they could see that from the roadway?
I believe so, yes. Yeah, when it's not far off the road at all.
Did that further heighten your concern?
Yes, very much so.
At that point, we saw some testimony from Detective Conkle about lots and lots of flock footage
Correct.
that he went through, correct?
Yes.
Did we obtain most of that flock footage on June 25th?
That I can't directly speak to. What I can tell you is we did have enough flock footage to know that there was travel happening in that vehicle and start to determine some of the dates.
In fact, did we know that that vehicle had traveled up to the Dells area on June 24th?
Yes, that we do know.
And had obviously not returned, according to flock footage, had not returned to the location of Dodge County, to the Wood Road address.
Correct. And as you are all aware, we also, it was a heightened concern due to the contact our deputy had made the day prior when Deputy Kukan went to the house and that vehicle was there. And again, he walked by it, he being Zachariah, and shut the rear hatch. And then the next day after the police contact, that vehicle is parked in a wooded location.
So what other factors were important to you on the 25th?
So we were reviewing the financial transactions that took place once it was Lieutenant Taylor Nails who obtained that from the Bank of Blank Bills. Those purchases arose concerns being at multiple different hardware locations. So as we had other investigators going out and seeing what the content of those purchases were, which you've all seen at this point, again, heightened concern.
So was there one particular item of purchase that was most concerning to law enforcement?
Yes.
And what was that?
Santeen drain cleaner.
Why was that so concerning to law enforcement?
Well, it stood out because of the amount of Santeen is the brand name that was purchased. Again, it seems normal. You get a clogged drain, you might need a bottle of it. It would have to be one heck of a clog to need gallons of it. So knowing that it is primarily a concentrate of sulfuric acid, which can break down materials in coordination with, or combination, I should say, with a missing person, I think we could all put two and two together.
Anything else on June 25th that was important in your investigation?
No, the combination of information coming in, as I've already relayed, was our primary concerns that we needed to further investigate this. That same day, we started putting in motion, working on being able to lawfully conduct searches in areas of concern.
And so there's been testimony. We got a search warrant for the Wood Road address in Kleiman, and then the Adams County property, correct?
That is correct.
And then what was your role when it came to the investigation then at the point that we were executing the search warrants?
So again, this was assigned to me. So when I was making the personal contacts with people and relaying the information that was being disseminated by our lieutenant for assignments, at that point, everybody was out looking for receipts, looking for video, looking for surveillance. The goal was, after we were able to detain Zachariah, that I would have the opportunity to speak with him personally in an attempt to interview him to get his side of the story, and determine if he had any involvement, or if there was somebody else or some other factor that we should be looking into.
And did he speak to you?
Yes.
And so what time did we make contact? Did law enforcement make contact with Zachariah Rasch?
So a search warrant was executed at the residence at 3251 or N 3251 Wood Road in the town of Kleiman. I believe it was near 1 o'clock in the morning on the 26th. So we had been working all day at this point since like 5 in the morning. So this would have been the following evening at about 1 in the morning when I first had contact with him.
And where did you have, what location did you have contact with him?
So at the sheriff's office, we have interview rooms, multiple interview rooms. We have one larger one we refer to as a soft interview room. I believe the room number is 265. And it's kind of a more laid back place to have a conversation with somebody, especially if it's going to take some period of time. There's like a couch and different chairs in there, a bathroom nearby, that type of thing.
Is it outfitted with audio and video recording?
Yes, it is. There's, it's called the iRecord system, that the room actually has a camera and audio capabilities. And then we are all equipped, as you can see, even some of the court officers in the room have a body worn camera system, that Motorola product. And we also utilize that throughout the interview, to be memorialized.
The body worn camera, is it fair to say that that is a more updated system than the iRecord system?
Yes, the quality of both capturing sound and video is much better than the old system. A lot of the microphone and it depending, my voice a lot of times kind of gets echoey in like old recordings. So it's much better with the Motorola.
So you utilized both systems to record, sort of like belt and suspenders, right? To make sure that this was recorded, correct?
Correct. So it was actually placed, it can be removed from your person, off your belt or mount, and we just set it on the table facing towards where we were talking.
And then what was the total length of the interview?
So I can't give you an exact, but we spoke for approximately 11 hours. So a pretty long time.
And who else was with you during this time?
Detective Andy Rolfs was with me throughout the duration of the interview, with the exception of breaks.
And have you reviewed the recording of the interview from your Motorola body cam system?
Yes, I have.
And are you aware that some clips were made of that recording?
I am.
And have you reviewed those clips as well?
Yes, I have.
And those clips were made by the Dodge County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
And those clips were placed onto a flash drive, correct?
To my knowledge, yes.
And that flash drive has been marked Exhibit 398. The clips that were made from the recording, those are still accurate. Those are accurate, exact copies of the original recording, correct?
Yes.
Just in an attempt to shorten the duration for the purposes of this trial, to basically show the highlights, correct?
Correct. I would say they're excerpts
Excerpts, thank you.
of the entire conversation.
I would now move 398 into evidence and permission to publish to the jury.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Office.
So the first clip,
They can be published. They'll be received and they can be published.
so the first clip that we'll be showing, we'll wait till we start playing it, but this clip will start at 4 minutes and 48 seconds and end at 17 minutes and 32 seconds. So who are we looking at here?
That would be Zachariah Rasch, who's seated in front of me in the white dress shirt and blue striped tie.
He's not wearing that in the video. He's wearing that now in the
Correct.
courtroom.
Today in front of me, he's wearing the white shirt. In the video, he's wearing the dark shirt.
And then where are you in this video?
So you can see my hand on the right-hand side of the screen.
And where is Detective Andrew Rolfs in the room at this time?
Yes, I believe so.
And where would he be seated?
So Detective Andrew Rolfs would be closer to us, so to my left at the table. It's like a rectangular table.
And this room is that soft interview room that you were describing within the sheriff's office, correct? So now we'll start playing at 4 minutes and 48 seconds.
Sheriff's office. Okay, so we don't mess around, my partner and I, when it comes to your rights as well, right? We like to know all sides of everything. But before we do that, I gotta read your rights, okay? So we're just gonna pull it out. And you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to consult with a lawyer before questioning and to have a lawyer present with you during questioning. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you at public expense before or during any questioning, if you so wish. If you decide to answer questions now without a lawyer present, you have the right to stop the questioning and remain silent at any time you wish, and the right to ask for and have a lawyer at any time you wish, including during the questioning. Do you understand each of these rights?
Yeah.
Okay. And realizing that you have these rights, are you now willing to answer questions or make a statement?
Sure.
Okay. So, do you understand why we have you here today? Any idea?
No.
Okay. Did you have contact with any of our staff this week?
Yeah, Sunday.
Okay.
I think it was Sunday.
Okay. And you know what that was regarding?
Well, Crystal's whereabouts.
Okay. And so we have different shifts around here, just to be completely clear. I'm not in direct contact with that deputy right now to be like, hey, what exactly? But what we do know is we're still trying to figure out where she's at. Okay. And now because the timeline's been dragging on, as you can imagine, people are becoming concerned. Okay. From what we understand, I know you guys aren't currently together, but you have had a relationship with her. So I would just like to know basically what you know about her, anything that would potentially help us.
I haven't seen her in a couple weeks.
Okay. And a couple weeks as far as like, what do you think would be your last date?
I don't know. I'm paying what day.
Okay.
It was a Sunday or Saturday.
Okay. And I guess, just tell me what you know about her in general. Where she hangs out, who her friends are.
I don't know.
What does
too much
she
anymore.
work?
She's on Social Security,
Okay.
so she don't work.
Can you tell me more about that?
She's got bipolar. Mental retardation, mild, I think it was.
Mm-hmm.
She's got some other stuff too. I can't all remember it.
Okay.
Well, migraines is on there, severe migraines.
Okay. Has there been issues ever like this where she's kind of gone?
Yeah.
Away for a while?
Yeah.
Okay. Tell me about that.
She's taken off for 6 months, the latest at one time.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Never heard from her.
Mhm.
So I just left her be, and she came back.
Okay.
Well, how long ago was that?
Oh, a couple of years ago. It's every so often she pulls a stunt.
And in your opinion, what's the catalyst for this?
I don't know.
Okay.
I just let her be, and she comes back.
You know, is when she leaves, does she give you any indicators before?
No.
Okay. And then how about when she returns? Is there ever an explanation as far as, you know, hey, I left because of this reason or that reason?
She said she needed her time to herself.
Okay. So, and again, I know some of this stuff, but again, because it's so important for us to have the tools we need to find her, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know her, right? And we don't really know her. She seems like a pretty private person, to be honest.
She is. There's
Based
times she
on
gets
what
really
we know.
private.
Okay. So being that you know her, you were with her for a pretty extended period of time in her life, I would think you would have a valuable insight that would be beneficial to us. So I guess, again, I don't want you to hold nothing back. Just tell me what you know about her.
No, she's just a normal thing for her. Every so often, she just gets a bug up her butt and she takes off.
Okay.
Last time I had to go all the way to Michigan to get her.
Okay. We're in Michigan, or?
She was at her sister's.
Okay. What's her sister's name?
April.
Okay. I'm just going to write that down because I'm not going to have to go back in the recording for that. So April, and what's April's last name?
Lacoste. I think that's what her last name is.
Any idea how to spell that?
Lacoss, I think.
Okay. And do you know her address or where she lives or anything about the town at least?
Last time I went and got her, it was, I went through a big town. It was Escanaba I drove through.
Northern Michigan.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was out in the country, like in the middle of nowhere. So I remember the road, you drove down it, and it went from pavement to dirt. It was a trailer home that she was in.
Okay.
And she was there for a little while.
Time-wise?
I don't remember.
Okay. And how long ago?
Oh, like 3 years ago, maybe more.
Does she communicate with her now that you know of?
I have no idea.
Okay. Do you communicate ever with April?
No,
Okay. Anybody else you can think of?
I have no idea.
Okay. How about friends, other family that she's close with?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know if her mom does or not. I don't know.
Okay. And you said it was a couple weeks when you saw her last?
Yeah.
And what was the reason for that?
We were in the Dells together having fun.
Okay. Hey, just tell me what you're doing.
Well, we were just walking the strip. Going in and out of stores, and that's about it.
Okay.
Like, do you know what date that was or ish?
No, I don't. I know it was like a couple weeks ago, maybe 2-3 weeks ago, actually, by now.
Anywhere specific?
No, we just went to all the stores, in and out.
Do you guys like buy anything or do anything for food or anything?
Yeah, we went to Dairy Queen on that strip. We went to Rosati's.
I'm not super familiar with the Dells. I mean, I've been through it, but I'm not a, what is it? What is Rosati's?
It's a pizza place.
Oh, okay.
I
All
can't
right,
remember.
continue.
I think that's, I don't remember where that was at. I think that was over by, closer to Walmart. I think. Or was that like Delta? I don't remember. I know it's in that area.
Delton and Dells are pretty close, right?
Yeah, they're pretty close together.
You say you're just having fun? Did
Yeah.
you, and this is about
She
2
was
weeks?
she was paying for everything,
Okay.
which I thought was kind of weird.
Why is that?
Because she filed for divorce. So I just like, whatever.
Recent or?
Oh, last year she filed for it.
Oh, okay.
So I was just letting her do it. I wasn't going to stop her. The only thing I do is pay for gas. Well, and we sat and ate. I paid for cheese curds and, was it an elephant ear? I think that's what she got, was an elephant ear. It's a little restaurant by a shirt shop. It's on the main drag. That's like all we did.
When did you leave?
It was later at night.
Okay. So let's back up a little bit.
All right.
So before you went to the Dells, how did you guys meet up?
At the church.
Which one?
The one on the corner in Climbing.
Okay.
I think it was that one, or it was the one up on the hill. She switches off an hour to meet up.
Okay. How do you guys talk?
Messenger.
Like Snapchat, Facebook, text
Facebook
mess?
Messenger.
Okay.
It's a church on the corner or a church on the hill. I don't remember which one. A lot of times I'll come into town and she'll be at the one on the hills, and that's where I'll pick her up.
Why don't you pick her up at the house?
I don't know. That's what I've been trying to figure out. She's always had me drop her off at the church on the corner too. I never said anything because I didn't want to argue with her.
When you lived together, where was it primarily?
In Climbing,
Okay. And the address?
730 Main Street.
And she's still, that much I do know, that she's still residing around there, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's just, she never offered any reason why she wanted to pick you up that far away from the house?
No.
Okay.
I just never questioned when I should have. But I just kind of like let it go because I didn't want to fight with her.
Okay. And again, not the reason we're here for for that stuff, but there's not like a order in place, right? Or nothing for you two.
No.
Like you can be with her, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You guys, from what you were telling me before, she had filed for divorce about a year ago.
Yeah.
Okay. And again, I'm just trying to dig in to get to, I really got to know as much about her as I can. So tell me about that. The lead up, how did we go from being together and living the life you were to, where we're at today?
I have no idea.
So I just want to confirm, are there two churches in Climbing?
Yes, to my knowledge, yes, at least two.
And what are the locations of those two churches?
They're right. So when you take County Road J into town, that turns into a road. There's a church. There's one up on the hill, as he described, and another one down that same block.
Okay. So the next clip that we're gonna play,
Nights with me on weekends.
sorry, is going to be starting at 19 minutes and 30 seconds, and then ending at 58 minutes even. And it's-
Nights with me on weekends too, at my parents' place.
Okay. And how often?
Well, it would be like every weekend.
Mm-hmm. And for how long?
That was for a while.
Mm-hmm. So when is the last time she stayed with you by your parents' house?
That's probably 4 weeks ago or so. But we were going out and doing other stuff around town and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Like what?
Well, we go like to Watertown and go out to eat and
Mm-hmm.
just hang out.
Pretty much around the area though?
Yeah.
Okay. So have you got any messages from her in the last 2 weeks?
I got one the other night,
Okay.
but it wasn't from her original Facebook. And I asked where she, so I asked where she was, and she's come back as something about I'm fine. You don't need to know where I am right now or something.
Mm-hmm.
Because my mom was talking to her the other night too.
Your mom?
Yes.
Okay.
And my mom said something about she was there. She was questioning about a red car in the driveway. And then I asked my mom, I go, you didn't see no headlights or hear a vehicle?
Mm-hmm.
And she goes, no, I didn't. And mom said she was asking her where she was and told her to come home. People care about her. And mom said she stopped talking.
She was talking about a red car in her driveway.
No, in my parents' driveway.
Okay. Any idea about that?
Well, that's my car.
Okay.
I just got that not long ago.
Mm-hmm. So what was the problem with that, I guess?
My mom said that she thought I had a girlfriend. And it was her car, which
Okay.
I don't have a girlfriend.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Any further thoughts about it? Any way that relates here?
I don't know why she would have thought it was my girlfriend's car.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a girlfriend.
Okay. So last time you've been with her was, like you said, about 2 weeks ago. You guys in the Dells, you're hanging out. Anybody else that you've talked to, like mutual friends, anybody who also had been communicating with her?
My daughter, my son.
Okay.
I asked my daughter off and on if she's heard from her. I've asked my son if he's heard from her.
Okay.
Yeah.
Daughter, son, are they older or?
Yes, my daughter, she's 23.
Oh, okay.
And my son, he's 18, 19.
Okay.
Yeah, so they're older. They're adults.
Yeah. And what did they?
They said no.
Not at all.
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else?
No, I didn't ask anybody else.
Okay. Anyone else that you could reach out to, or do you just are you what? I just.
I mean, I was going to go
where you're
over
at with this too.
I was going to go over to Wendy's
Mhm.
and talk to Jessica and Antonio, see if they've heard from her.
Okay.
Because she was hanging out with them too. I don't know if she still does. I don't know.
Do you know their last names though?
Jessica Meyer.
Okay.
And Antonio DeJuice, I think it is.
Okay.
They work at Wendy's. I was going to go over there and see if they heard from her.
Okay. And Wendy's
And B-Ram.
B-Ram. Okay.
And she was hanging, and they were hanging, she was hanging out with a Scott Alstom, I think that's what his name is, in Watertown.
Olson, what was it?
Alstom, I think it is.
Okay. Mhm.
And I've been trying to find him to see if he's heard from her too.
Mhm. Any success there?
No.
Okay. And how about any other messages from her?
No.
Not a thing on any platform?
No.
Okay. What, in the last 2 weeks, what have you been up to?
I just working
Yeah. What kind of hours?
9 hours.
Just wide open, give me the rundown. If you would give me a timeline of the last 2 weeks.
I work, what, 2 to 11?
2 P to 11 P?
Yes.
Okay.
I should have said that.
All right.
Because 2 would be different hours.
Mhm.
And that's what I do 5 days a week, Monday through Friday.
Mhm.
When I get home, I'm pretty much crashing.
Mhm.
So I've been doing it's so hot out and wore out.
Mhm. Anybody else you hang out with or hobbies or nothing?
No.
Any places you go?
No, I just sit at my parents' place.
Mhm. Okay. So again, just as you told me, you're working 2 to 11.
Yeah.
And I repeat things back so I
Yeah.
remember them. And again, because I don't want to write the whole time.
Yeah.
So I can, when I review this, I can take my notes after the fact and get this down.
Yeah.
So you told me 2 weeks, you work 2 p.m. to 11
Yes.
p.m.
Yes.
And then you're pretty much chilling at Wood Road.
Yeah.
And then during your off time, you're just sleeping and hanging out anywhere else that you frequent.
No.
Okay. I mean, you don't got like again, I don't know your lifestyle, man, but maybe some guys like to go to a bar after work.
I don't drink.
Hang out or whatever.
No, I don't drink.
No good buddies who stop by and chill for a little bit.
No.
Okay. How about on the weekends?
I keep to myself.
Okay. And I guess where on the weekends would you go?
I don't really go anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
I just stay at my parents'.
Okay. And you have a phone?
Yeah.
Okay. And what kind of phone do you have?
It's a Samsung Ace something, I think it was.
Okay. And that's the one that with the phone number that you gave me already?
Yeah.
Okay. And then how do you get to work and back? What is your?
I drive.
Okay. What?
When I drive that little red car.
Okay. Can you tell me about that little red car?
It's kind of a piece of junk.
Why is that?
It's a beater.
Okay.
It's got like 240,000 miles on it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's
Still runs, drives.
yeah. Any other vehicles that you own or use or anything like
No,
that?
the Dodge Ram.
Okay.
So I noticed the frame was broken.
Mm-hmm.
So
when you go to work every day, especially in these last 2 weeks, is it the Dodge Ram?
that was,
Is it
yes.
The red, which car do you use as your
Your
daily driver?
I was using the Dodge.
Okay.
Until I stopped to put gas in it. And I seen it was sitting funny. So I crawled over and I look, and I seen the frame wasn't no good. So that's where I got it.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what you get for getting a Dodge, right? Frame.
All
Unless you're
vehicles,
low-budget.
it don't matter what you get anymore. That's the way I see it.
Yeah, well, Midwest. Salt will do that.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Any other means that you use to get around?
No.
All right. So again, we go to work, we go home, we relax, and on the weekends we don't go anywhere. We just hang out on Wood Drive. You keep to yourself.
Well, this last Sunday I went to Goodwill.
Oh.
Well, that's about it.
Okay. Tell me about that.
I just walked through Goodwill and that was it.
I mean, what were you there for?
I was just looking to see if they had any movies. Like DVDs.
Okay.
I found some CDs and that's about it. They didn't have no movies.
Just looking for something to do?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I went back.
And you say Goodwill. Again, I know that's a chain. So,
That was in Beaver Dam,
okay. Here now. And on which day was it?
Sunday.
Sunday. Okay. Any idea about what time?
That was before noon. God, I think it was even before 11. I think it was like 10 something.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Anywhere else while you're over that way?
I stopped at GameStop looking for a game and they didn't have it.
Okay. And I, not familiar with where that is. Is it Beaver Dam also?
Yeah, it's over by Wendy's.
Mhm.
Oodles, whatever that new Oodle place is.
Okay.
By Dollar Tree there. It's right in there.
Mm-hmm.
It's like right next to the, what is that Chinese place right there? I can't even remember the name. There's a Chinese place right next to it.
There's a couple there. You remember that one?
Is that Chaz?
I know I've been there. I can't think of it off the top of my head.
Used to have a buffet, but they don't have it anymore. I can't remember the name of it.
I thought it was Chaz. No,
Okay.
they're not. Change.
There's a bank right there too, but I can't remember the name of the bank either.
Mm-hmm.
I can't for the life of me think of the name of that Chinese restaurant. I don't know. I just know it's next to GameStop.
Yeah. All right. Anything else?
No, I went back. My parents' place.
All right. And what are you doing while you're at your parents' place?
Just watch TV.
Okay. Did you watch any DVDs that you got from Goodwill, or did
No,
you
I didn't
find
get no
anything
DVDs.
worth
I
it?
didn't find any. I got
Okay.
some CDs.
And at GameStop, what specifically were you trying to get there?
I was trying to find South Park.
Oh, they do like DVDs and stuff too?
No, it's a game. They only had it for Xbox. It's a new South Park game. This thing is called Snow Day. But they didn't have it. They were all out.
Which Xbox?
He didn't say.
I mean, isn't there like a bunch of versions of it or whatever?
I was looking for it for a Switch.
Okay.
But he said the only copy they had was for Xbox.
And you say he, like
The salesperson.
the guy working there?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know if it was like one of your sons or something that was like, go get me, Okay. How's your communication with them?
It was fine.
Okay. And I mean, have they had, I know we talked a little bit, like you said, they haven't really heard anything on the messaging, but are they concerned, or are they, what's their thoughts on this?
I don't know. I don't really talk to my kids.
Okay.
I'll ask them questions. I'll try to take word from her.
Mm-hmm. And nothing
Yeah.
on that front as of
Yeah.
late. Okay. And going back to the Dells when you guys were together, was that also that was picked up from the church?
Yeah.
And driven there?
Yeah.
Okay. Which way did you go?
I went down.
Well, actually, let me back you up a little bit. Which car were you in that day?
That would have been a truck.
The Ram.
Yes.
Okay, that was rusting on you a little bit.
I didn't know it at that time.
But it didn't have any issues that weekend, at least?
No.
Okay, well, that's good. Okay, and again, if you just in detail, tell me about that trip.
That was fine. We just drove all over.
What you talked about, what you stopped and ate, all that stuff. I know I got some of the details. You walked on the thing by the t-shirt shop. You got an elephant ear and such.
Yeah, that was later in the day. That was dark time
So
then.
tell me what led up to that.
She just wanted something to do.
Okay.
And I said, well, we go with the Dells. And she was like, okay.
Mm-hmm.
And we went.
Mm-hmm.
And I asked where she wanted to be picked up. And she said the church.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, which one? And she said the one in the corner. But a lot of times, by the time I get going, she's already at the church on the hill.
Okay.
Because she's like in a hurry. And she said that I wasn't fast enough. It's like, well, not that much of a hurry. Plus, it's like about 2 miles away from there. something like that.
Okay. Now tell me about the trip.
That was fine. Had to stop and I had to stop and get gas.
And again, if you remember the route.
No, I used to always go down 16.
Okay.
And get off on a side road past the Dells. Sometimes. I don't remember. Sometimes I'll miss a turn there. So I got to turn.
Again, not terribly familiar with the Dells, so as specific as you can be would be appreciated.
Sometimes we'll get talking, not arguing, but just get talking.
Mhm.
And I'm not, and I'll just like drive right through the stop and go lights there. Then I got to go and turn attention. But there's a road, it's on your left. If you're coming from Portage area, it's on your left. And they'll take you into the Dells down by the strip. I think it's a couple turns you got to take to get down to the strip.
Anything? You mentioned something about getting, like you turned on the wrong one maybe or?
No, I missed a turn.
Okay.
There was a stop and go light because we were talking.
Mm-hmm.
And so I had to, instead of turning around, which I don't like doing that.
Yeah.
So I just go up and I turn on that side road and it snakes you down in there.
Okay.
And got over to the strip.
Mm-hmm.
And I parked over by, it's over by a laundromat. Can't remember any laundromat. It says free parking. And I just walked all the way over there. I don't like paying for parking.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
Because don't know how long you'll be down there, so.
Mm-hmm.
And we walked the strip a couple, 2-3 times.
Mm-hmm. Tell me all about her demeanor then. And again, specifically where you guys are at.
We went to this.
You know what I mean by like her demeanor, like her mood and that, like oh,
No, she was fine.
Okay.
We went into this. It's like a rock place, I think it is. They had like bracelets in the middle of the room. They had rocks, fossils that you could buy. She bought some bracelets. She bought me a couple bracelets. Then we're going in and out of shirt shops. And we stopped at Dairy Queen, got blizzards. She didn't like her blizzard. I don't remember what kind she got. Oh, she got Oreo blizzard. But they didn't have it broke up. It was like brick big, it was like whole Oreo was still. She wasn't happy about that one.
Mm-hmm.
So she threw it out. Then we walked into a popcorn place, and that was kind of expensive.
You're a tourist town, I can imagine. Yeah. Yeah.
Actually, before that, we ran into some people that had like, I don't know, they were trying to sell some like face cream stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Said they could make you like look younger. It's pretty expensive stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of normally for 3 bottles, it was like $1,500 or something like that. They could also knock it down to $50 for, it's like, yeah, this is a scam.
Okay.
And she decided after we got done going, no. Well, we walked in a couple places and we were going to go through Ripley's, believe it or not, but she didn't like the price. That was $29.95 a person. Yeah.
Better be interesting, huh?
Right. We walked in a couple places and she didn't like the prices. So they're too expensive.
Okay.
So we're just kind of browsing around all the stores, and then she's like, well, I got to get the kids something. So then we were going in and out of stores like 2-3 more times, and then it ended up getting dark, and she goes, I want an elephant ear. So I got her an elephant ear. I got cheese curds, and then we left.
Okay.
When we came back, I dropped her off at the church.
Mm-hmm. Same day
Yes.
and day of the week?
It was a Saturday, I think it was.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it was a Saturday.
So Saturday, 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
You got your phone calendar on there? Keys. Just want to make sure I got dates right. Where is it? Okay, look at this one. Okay. So we're here. Yeah.
No, stop time.
The stop time is 20 minutes and 34 seconds in.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our afternoon break. So we'll take 15 minutes and we'll go from there. Once again, obviously can't discuss the case. There you go. Anything before we break?
Nothing from the state?
All right, 15 minutes.
jury?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, sorry.
All right. Bring in the jury, please.
No, it's fine. Just as long as I can see it. Not, I mean, like when we, no, it's fine. I have it right here. I'm just saying just, actually, I don't even see it. I think the full screen is better. Yeah, especially, right, if the light's off especially, yeah.
All right, Attorney Will, please continue.
We're continuing now at 2034.
So like the weekend of the 8th, 9th? Sound about right?
Yeah,
Okay. So you would have worked Friday night
yeah,
on your normal schedule?
Yeah.
From 2P to 11P?
yeah.
So then Saturday, about what time was it? You picked her up?
God, it was like after 12. It was like around 1, 2.
Yeah, okay. So this is later into the afternoon,
Yeah.
evening. So you guys are all fairly late that night.
Yeah.
Okay. So then from the drive home, same, just like you told me on the drive there, can you also explain that to me in detail on the return trip?
Well, on the return trip, there was nothing really open.
Okay.
It just, everything was fine. I dropped her off and I went back.
Okay. And route you took on the way back?
16.
16?
Yeah.
Okay. Right out of the Dells?
Yeah.
Is that, or is it 12 up there?
I think it's 16.
Okay. Again, not my most familiar area in the state. Okay. Any conversation had in the car on the way home?
No,
You know.
she was on her phone.
Mhm.
I don't know what she was doing. Just left her alone. And she had said a couple words, and that was about it.
Okay. And again, I don't know your
Yeah.
entire history baseline here, but is that normal? Is that how you again, I'm trying to get an idea how her day-to-day normal personality is, how she interacts with other people.
Well, she just kind of like,
And you're obviously somebody that she's very close with in her life, even though
Yeah.
you've had whatever issues, with the divorce stuff you're telling me about. But
Yeah.
if you guys are still hanging out, you're still doing fun things together. Again, from an outsider looking in, this is someone who still cares about you.
Yeah.
And you obviously have some feelings towards her still.
Yeah.
So yeah, just can you explain that to me?
well, it was just normal of her just being on her phone
Mhm.
like that.
Okay.
So I just didn't say nothing.
Mhm. And earlier in our conversation, you told me something about money with her before she went there. Can you tell me more about that?
About money.
Yeah, you mentioned something about like she was spending more than usual or something.
Yeah, when we were in the Dell, it's like she's buying everything.
Okay. And again, just explain to me, for someone who doesn't know her,
Yeah.
Because again, we gotta look, you know, we gotta figure out where she's at here.
Yeah, I thought that was kind of weird. 'Cause it's usually me spending the money.
Okay.
And then no, this time she was spending the money.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I bought a couple things, you know, too.
Yeah.
It was just like, but she was paying for everything. I just was like, that's kind of weird.
Hmm.
I didn't just let it go.
How was she paying?
Cash.
And I mean, if you saw the transaction, what did you see?
She handed a $100 bill.
Okay.
And I asked her, well, where'd you get the $100 bill from? And she goes, don't worry about it.
Mm-hmm. No explanation. That was it. Just don't
Yeah,
worry
I just-
about it.
It's like, okay,
Okay.
I'm not going to fight with you.
At what location was that?
That was, I think that was at Dairy Queen. Yeah, that was Dairy Queen.
Okay. Was there more transactions you also witnessed with cash?
Yeah.
I mean, because again, as you told me, you guys went to a lot of places.
Yeah.
You know, pretty busy night.
Yeah, because when we went to that rock place, she had a $100 bill she pulled out there too.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just kind of like, where are you getting all this money from?
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was just didn't think nothing of it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when I went and used my card for pay for the elephant ear and stuff, and they said there was an extra charge, and she goes, "Well, I could have used cash to pay for that." And it's like, you spent how much? I'm just thinking, okay, you spent how much money already?
Mm-hmm.
And I just kind of weird.
Mm-hmm.
Because everything when she was buying stuff, it was always cash.
Yeah.
And I thought it was kind of weird. But I just kind of like, okay, maybe she had it saved up. I don't know.
Okay. And I know you said again back before she's had some health issues and that type of stuff.
Yeah, she's bipolar.
Yeah.
And
And she gets like compensation for that of some sort, or
she gets like $1,000 or something like that a month.
okay. All right.
For SSDI, I think it is.
Okay. Do you guys do you discuss finances ever?
No.
Okay. Do you bank together?
No.
Not at all?
No.
Okay, so she doesn't have any access to any of your checking accounts or nothing like that?
No.
And you don't have access to her accounts?
No.
Nothing like that?
No.
At any point did you?
No.
No?
No.
Even when you were married?
No.
Or are you, technically you still are married, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
I've made comments about having joint, and she said no.
Mhm.
So I was like, you know, I'm not going to argue with you. It's not worth it.
Okay. All right. And who do you bank with?
Chase.
And is there like a specific branch or location that you use regularly?
It wouldn't be RAM. It's just an ATM.
Okay. Do you know where? I know Chase is huge, like
Oh.
I think it's like a nationwide one. So
It's by Marco's Pizza.
okay,
All it is an ATM.
but like right off 33 then, Marcos, or no, it's Third Street.
It's where Family Video used.
Maple, something like there.
It's where Family Video used to be too, right
Okay.
next to there. All it is an ATM. You can actually cash your checks there and deposit money.
Yeah, most of those you can do most of that.
Chase, yeah,
Okay. Any other primary accounts that you use?
no,
No. Does she ever? Let me back up. Do you ever like give her money?
yeah, I did when I was working at Kraft.
Okay.
I was giving her cash.
Which was a while ago.
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah.
But never since.
No,
Okay. And how about in vice versa?
no,
Does she ever give you money? Okay. Did you ever give her consent to use your accounts?
well, I told her she could.
Yeah. I mean, has she ever done that?
No,
Okay. And how about you? Same thing.
Yeah.
Has she ever said, hey, you can use mine for whatever?
Yeah.
Okay. And can you tell me about that?
What was it for specifically?
That was just for vehicle parts.
Okay. And when about would have that ever have been?
That was a long time ago.
Okay. So, and I'm gonna say, I don't know, the last month, right? Because it has been 2 weeks-ish that you told me since you've seen her, let's say 2 weeks. In the last month, would there ever have been a time where she gave you money or authorized you to use her account?
Not that I know of.
Okay. And to your knowledge, you do not have consent to use her accounts.
She said I could before, but
Mhm. Okay. I just wonder, like, so let's say you did. Would she be mad at you?
I have no idea.
Okay, because it's never happened.
No.
All right. Fair enough. Okay. Anything else
Not
that
I
you
know.
have? Again, let's start with, we'll keep working with this window here. Any major things going on in your life right now?
Not that I know of. Just trying to find where she is.
Okay. And what efforts have you made to do that?
The other day I was kind of like driving around looking.
Okay.
I was driving around Watertown, like went over to the park, and she showed me places before where she's hang out with Jessica. So I was going around to those places and looking.
Jessica
Meyer.
Okay. From Wendy's in
Yes.
Abraham. All right. Just trying to piece everything together.
Yeah. So I was just kind of going around to those places and looking.
Mhm.
And that's about all I did. And sitting and thinking, well, should I go and talk to Jessica and Tony or not? Because I know they don't like me, but it's like, yeah,
Tell me about that. Why don't they?
I have no idea.
Just
I have no idea.
okay. Was that always the case, or
Yeah, it's always been the case with Jessica.
okay? And what's just friends? Are they like related or anything like that?
No, they're just friends.
Okay.
She's never liked me from day one.
Any other efforts?
I've been asking my daughter and stuff like that. That's about it.
Okay. And we've covered that, right?
Yeah.
That you asked her, she doesn't really know anything.
Yeah, I asked my son.
We didn't really get anywhere with that.
No.
Okay. And then you said you decided to kind of drive around and look for her. You went to a park in Watertown.
Yeah.
Anywhere else you looked? And can you be specific as to what?
I was down on 4th Street, I think it was. I think it was 4th Street. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was 4th Street.
Okay.
And I drove by the truck stop in Johnson's Creek.
Mhm.
Nothing.
And date approximate.
That would have been after the cops showed up Sunday, when I started looking.
This Sunday.
Yeah.
Okay. And what car were you driving around?
The red one.
The beater.
Yeah.
What make was that one again?
Chevy.
Chevy. That's it. I remember the 240,000 miles beater, all that.
Yeah.
Okay. Anywhere else that you were looking?
And that's it.
Okay. Are you being 100% honest with me?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any other details that we need to look into here?
Not that I know of.
Okay. So a couple of just personal things, right? Like through court records, right? You guys have some kids together?
Yeah.
Did you have any court this week?
This week? No.
Okay. How about the week before that?
I think so.
Okay. You told me you have adult son, adult daughter?
Yeah.
And any other children?
Yeah. 4 of them.
And
I signed off my rights to them.
okay. What can you tell me about that?
I just signed them off. I haven't seen them in since 2019, 2020.
Yeah.
So,
But you still talk with them? Sounds like otherwise kind of,
with the younger kids, no.
okay.
So it's like,
And
if they're
again,
doing good, I might as well just let them be.
Okay. But they're okay, it's safe, all that good stuff?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it something you're willing to talk more about?
No, I think they're fine.
Okay.
So I just signed them and let them go.
All right. And when would that have been?
I don't remember today. Yeah, I don't remember the day that happened. It was just happened.
I mean, we're week, month?
It wasn't a month ago.
Okay. I guess I'll put it,
2-3 weeks ago or so.
okay. Was it before the contact? That
It was after the contact with Crystal.
after you were in the Dells with Crystal?
Yeah, that's when I signed off my rights.
Okay. And was there anything that occurred there or any conversation?
No, she didn't know anything about it.
Okay, this
I
is,
kept it to myself.
and do you guys talk about your children at all when you are spending time together?
Once in a while.
Okay. Just, can you tell me more about that?
Well, she just says all they're doing, and
Mm-hmm.
that's about it. And how they're doing in school, and I just listen and don't say anything. Because it's like, I'm gonna sign off my rights. I just let her talk.
Okay. All right. And again, because of, Crystal, we haven't heard from her. Right?
Yeah.
And obviously it's my job to find this information. So bear with me, okay? I understand when I'm asking some of this stuff. I don't like digging into people's personal stuff. I know that can be uncomfortable. I don't like people asking me that stuff sometimes. But again, as somebody who cares about her, and we have the same goal here, I think.
Yeah.
Okay. So, and I know I'm sounding repetitive when I'm asking you this stuff. All right. Is there any detail, any contact, anything more that you know that may have occurred in these last several weeks?
Just dropped her off and haven't heard from her for a while.
Okay.
Until she messaged the other day.
The other day, and what was, can you tell me about that message?
It was about leaving her alone.
Mm-hmm.
She's fine. And didn't need to know where she was.
Mm-hmm. How long have you guys been married?
Since 2013, so 10 years.
Did you know each other before that?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay. For how long?
I didn't see her for a long time. And then met with her when she was in her early 20s.
Mm-hmm. Okay. With the money stuff that we talked about with that cash again, when she's making transactions, you saw the $100 bill, purse, wallet, fistful of cash.
No, I just seen her just pull it out and hand it to him. I don't know what she all had. I seen her pull a couple out and she was using that to change his buy plus things. Then she pulled another one out. I'm like, where are you getting all this?
So a couple of them was at least fairly significant amount. Okay. Any?
And then that clip ends at 58 minutes even. So now we're moving to clip number 3. It's 1 hour and 9 minutes and 20 seconds. And then that clip will end at 1 hour, 10 minutes and 29 seconds. So again, on exhibit number.
Yeah, I'm not.
On the exhibit, it is labeled clip number 3.
Okay. How are you doing with everything?
Well, I've been pretty stressed out since Sunday.
Yeah. And since what on Sunday?
Well, after the cop came, I've been pretty stressed out. It's like, where the hell is she?
Yeah. We're outside of, and again, as somebody who knows her well, where do you think she is?
I have no idea.
Because from what you're telling me in the past, you know, she's left before, she's come back.
Yeah.
I get it. You didn't sit down like this and, you know, hey, I really got to get to the bottom of this stuff. But I mean, you guys must have had some conversations, at least some insight to, you know, hey, Crystal, where'd you go? You know, and now you're back on my doorstep. I mean, I got all this stuff going on, you know, working and all these things.
Yeah, I've never really, I mean, I've asked her, but she never said, and I never pushed her.
Okay.
So now moving on to clip number 4. Which starts at 1 hour, 33 minutes and 12 seconds. This will be ending at 1 hour, 52 minutes and 23 seconds. Again, marked clip number 4 on the exhibit.
Oh, yeah. I didn't want to get too much further without my note, without the guy taking notes behind me.
Oh, we were talking about vehicles.
Yeah, he's talking about he does most of the work on his own.
Yeah.
We kind of chatted about hobbies and stuff that she might have, any interest.
And we'll pause it 21 seconds in. Just before we started this, did you have a discussion with Mr. Rasch about all the vehicles that he owned?
Yes, him and his parents.
So what vehicles did he list off for you?
We discussed the Chevrolet Cobalt that he recently purchased, the Dodge Ram pickup truck that he had owned for a while and commuted to and from work frequently with. Mary Rasch, his mother, had a Buick SUV, like copper or tan in color, and his father, Scott, had a turquoise colored Pontiac Torrent, I believe it was.
And then during this, we don't necessarily have to list it, but were you asking him about the types of vehicles? I think some of Crystal's friends drove, correct? Other people that may know her or may be individuals
Yes.
to help narrow down where she is. You were asking about those individuals' vehicles, correct?
Correct.
And was he able to give you a general make and model of most of those vehicles?
I believe so, yes. I don't remember all of those specifically, but I do recall some conversation on that.
So at this point, we're an hour and 33 minutes into the interview. Has he, I think back earlier, we asked him what vehicle he took to the Dells on June 9th.
Yes,
And he stated the Dodge Ram, correct?
that's correct.
At this point, an hour and 33 minutes into the interview, has he said anything about the Mitsubishi?
No, he has not.
Okay, so we'll start this back up then at 21 seconds.
That's where I was going with that. Is there any particular places she would typically, I know you said something about the family member in Escanaba.
Yes.
On the dirt road, you know, and I know that area, that's way the heck up in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan.
Yeah.
Anywhere else that you know that I mean, and all the time you guys were married or friends or after, still hanging out with any specific places, she's like, yeah, I want to go here or I want to go there.
No.
Okay. So when she'd ask you like, hey, come pick me up at the church, let's go here. Did she have a preference?
It's always around in Wisconsin.
Okay.
Like
What?
Adele's or like Goodwill or St. Vinny's, stuff like that.
What was her interest there?
Looking at clothes.
Mm-hmm.
That's about it. Looking at clothes.
Mm-hmm. Just clothes, huh?
Yeah.
Anywhere else?
That's about it.
Okay, because I know we had, that was one of the things we were trying to figure out, and that's kind of why, I was asking about some of the finance stuff, right? Is, like anybody nowadays, where people are spending their money, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if you, look into my bank account and what I'm spending money on, you can get some interests or an idea at least of like what I'm interested in.
Yeah.
So I know when I caught some of it earlier, we were reviewing and trying to figure out where she's spending some of her money.
Yeah.
Right. And there's a lot of like hardware stores and that type of thing. Any reason?
I have no idea.
Okay. And in the time, we went over your timeline in the Dells when you were with her. Did you guys stop at any place like that?
No.
Okay. We talked about the last couple weeks.
Yeah.
And places that you've been.
Yeah.
Outside of work. And again, you've been really giving me some good information.
All right.
I mean, seriously, I think I could use some of this, but there's some holes we got to fill in. Right.
Yeah.
So, I mean, anything to do with that?
Not that I know of.
I mean, I guess she's into clothes and that type of stuff, but if we have expenditures being made at these like hardware stores and kind of random spots, some of them around where you're telling me, like that area, I just wonder if you have any memory of that. Was there a time she got out without you?
Not that I know of.
Okay. So the whole trip, when you guys were in the Dells, we were
together.
Together.
Yeah.
And together as in, give me an example of your proximity, your closeness to her.
So we're actually pretty close, like shoulder to shoulder.
Okay. All right. I don't want to, get super personal into, your guys' relationship. Were you guys intimate together during these times?
No.
Not at all. Just hanging out.
Yeah.
So as of right now, it's
I mean, if she spent a night at my parents', yeah, we'd be intimate.
okay. When?
Oh, it's been a while.
Mm-hmm. Again, I know some of these questions can be uncomfortable, man. I get it, but again, you got to understand this
It's been
is what we do. These are the questions we ask
It's
people.
been about a month.
Okay. Anything different?
No.
Okay. All right. Again, are you telling me every bit of truth that you know?
Yeah.
Okay. I have a few things that I want to clarify on some of these shopping dates. Okay. I just want to cover a date and ask you if you know anything about these. All right.
All right.
If you got them, that'll work for me. So
kind of like I was telling you before, we're going over some of the timeline here, and like the 10th, as you were discussing, the 11th, around that time frame. Looks like we have, some expenditures going on in Wisconsin Rapids. If she's ever been there.
Not that I know
Okay. Have you ever been there?
of. A while ago,
And what were you doing there?
visiting my daughter.
Okay. And I know I always gotta hammer down on this. When you say a while ago, what do we? And I'm getting to be repetitive, man. I'm not trying
It
to
was
be
a
annoying.
while ago. It was June, I think.
Okay.
Maybe March, June. Wait, no, it couldn't have been June. I'm wrong.
Yeah, we're in June now, so it's June.
So I know I seen her this year, and it was went out to dinner. I can't remember what month it was. It was April. Yeah, it might have been April.
And what's in the you said your oldest daughter?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's what brings you that way?
Yeah.
All right. Any other time that you'd have been there recently?
No,
And any reason she would have been there?
I have no idea.
Okay. I suppose you can't speak for her.
No.
All right. How about an ATM withdrawal here in Quick Trip?
What?
At a Quick Trip.
I have no idea.
All right. Watertown, Fleet Farm,
I have no idea.
Watertown, Ace Hardware,
I have no idea.
Bernard Street, Watertown, Walmart, Harbor Freight, Beaver Dam, Menards, Beaver Dam. I just rattle them off because I'm trying to, if anything jogs your memory.
No, nothing's jogging my memory.
Okay. So like Menards and Beaver Dam, she wouldn't have been there?
I don't know. It wasn't with me.
Okay. And that would have been, so that's not a date you would have been in Beaver Dam?
No.
We talked about that before. That's why I'm just going off what you said. Do you remember being at Harbor Freight?
No.
Okay. Menards?
No.
Rock Auto?
No.
And do you ever shop there?
I haven't shopped there in a long time.
Okay. Again, time?
Last time I was there, shopped there was God, I don't remember. Over a year ago.
At Rock Auto?
Yeah.
Okay. How about the Harbor Freight? When's the last time you were there?
I haven't been to Harbor Freight in a while.
Like how long?
It's been a while.
Okay. And again, Menards. And specifically Beaver Dam.
I haven't been to Menards in a while.
Okay, kind of like the one by the Wendy's we were talking about a while ago.
Yeah, I haven't been there in a while.
Okay, and again, guesstimate date.
I think it was around Christmas. Maybe January? I think.
Christmas of 23. Like
Yeah.
this last Christmas.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I think this was the last time I was there.
Okay. Watertown. Farm and Fleet.
I haven't been there in a while.
How long?
God, what? 2 months? Yeah, probably about 2 months.
O'Reilly. Church Street in Watertown.
I haven't been to O'Reilly's in a long time.
How long there?
Oh my God. Last time I was there, I took batteries in. That was over a year.
Okay. And Quick Trips? You go to any Quick Trips? What's your preference for gas
The
stations?
Speedway,
You're a Speedway man?
Yeah.
Okay. Which location you go to?
Watertown.
What about her? What's her?
I have no idea.
And all the times you guys were married, you don't remember a gas station that you went to?
I did all the driving.
Okay, so it's your preference.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Johnson Creek.
I haven't been to Johns Creek in a long time.
Okay. And again, what's a long time?
Last time I was in Johnson's Creek. That was with her at Pinecone
Restaurant down there on
Yeah.
26? Yeah.
at the truck stop.
And how about Walmart? Like the Beaver Dam one?
I don't go to that Walmart.
You don't?
I
Okay.
always go to Watertown.
Did she ever?
But I'm
Again,
not sure.
You
She
told
said
me.
she don't like it, but
Okay.
I don't know.
That's fine. You told me before that, sometimes you pick her up and take her places,
Yeah.
appointments and that type of thing.
Yeah.
You told me before, sometimes your mom,
Yeah.
who it sounds like they both have a pretty good relationship too, right?
Yeah, she did more with my mom than
Yeah.
during the week.
I mean, if you cared about your mom enough to be going and taking care of her while your
Yeah.
mom was getting staples pulled and
Yeah.
all that stuff, I mean, that sounds like a pretty solid relationship to me. Okay. So have you ever heard about like shopping excursions? She ever mentioned, oh, I just went and grabbed this at this place or that place?
She never talked about that.
Okay. Does she smoke?
Yeah.
Okay. What does she smoke?
I've seen her smoking cigarettes and vaping.
And vaping?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know where she buys her vape stuff at?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I've asked her and she says she don't have to tell me.
Okay. All right. Says that about a lot of things, it sounds like.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because a lot of times I pick her up and she's got a new vape.
Yeah.
And she'd have cigarettes too. I'm like, okay.
Yeah. All right. How about you? Do you smoke?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you smoke?
Montigos.
The cigarettes?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you vape?
Off and on.
Okay. Do you go to any vape stores?
No, I get my cigarettes at the gas station.
Okay. Vapes, do they sell those there? Just you grab them or where
I
do you
order them online.
Okay. Delivered to Wood County?
Wood Road.
Okay. Have you ever been to a vape store?
Yeah.
Okay. Which one?
I think the one in Beaver Dam. Yeah, the one in Beaver Dam.
Okay. You ever been to one in Watertown?
No.
Okay. Have you ever been to one in Wisconsin Rapids?
No.
Okay. Never? All right. The Goodwill. You mentioned before about the Goodwills you know, you'd stop to look for DVDs or something like
Yeah.
that way. And, you know, have you ever been to Goodwill in Oconomowoc? You ever check that one out?
Yeah, I've been there. I haven't been there in a long time.
A long time is how long?
Oh God, last time I was in a comic, I was with her. I don't remember, 2 months ago or so.
Okay.
I think.
So nothing terribly recent that you put yourself there.
No.
Oh, okay. And yeah, I think we got everything. If is it your parents that own the property by you? I know there's quite a bit of Rasches around.
Yeah.
Do you guys have like quite a bit of land around this area?
I have no idea.
You don't know what land your parents own?
As far as I know, just what they're on.
Okay. How about any aunts or uncles or anything like that? Cousins?
I have no idea.
Okay. Do you have any relationships with any cousins or aunt or
I don't really
uncles?
talk to anybody. Their cousins.
Okay.
Kind of like been a falling out since grandfather passed away. Everybody just kind of.
Oh. Your grandfather from the area?
I think. I'm not sure.
Well, where do you live when you said there was a falling out since your grandfather passed away?
Yeah.
When did he pass away?
18 years ago
Okay.
or so.
What was his name?
Sam.
And was he married still when he
Yeah.
passed? Is it your grandma?
Yeah.
Like your biological, what was your grandma's name?
Rachel.
Okay. So Sam and Rachel.
Yeah.
And they're not, you don't know where they're from?
I only know from this area.
Okay.
But I know they're from somewhere else, but I don't remember where.
Okay. Did you spend time with them growing up?
Yeah.
Okay. And where was that?
Just walk through the woods
Yeah.
in the same land.
Okay. Where's that?
Right behind my parents.
Okay. On Wood Road?
No, she's off J.
Oh, okay.
She's like right across Wells Road.
All right.
If you got Wells Road, she's like right, and it's like goes up, and there's a house up there.
Okay. And that's always been the house?
Yeah, as long as I've been alive.
So
They built that house.
again, different family dynamics. I get it. So grandpa passed away, Sam, and then Rachel, his grandma. Is grandma still alive?
Yeah.
How old is grandma?
Just confirming grandma is still alive, and where exactly does she reside?
Yes, his grandmother would be Rachel Rasch, and she resides on County Road J, adjacent to the Wood Road property where he and his mother live.
And was she interviewed during the course of this investigation?
Yes.
And approximately how old is she?
I would say in her 80s. I don't recall her exact date of birth.
So now we're going to move to clip number 5. This starts, don't start it yet, but it starts at 1 hour and 58 minutes and 41 seconds. And then it will end at 2 hours and 51 minutes and 32 seconds, but we might obviously end it before that. In between those two clips, does he ever say anything about the land up in Adams County?
No, not that I recall.
And at this point, anything about the Mitsubishi or anything like that?
No,
Okay, so we'll start, and then Judge, just for clarification, you want me to stop it at 4:20 or sometime sooner while we're playing? Or you'll just tell me when you're ready?
I truly believe these folks have about 20 minutes left.
Okay, I can
of being able to, I mean,
That's fine.
honestly, it's hard, you know that.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
That is not a criticism at all, but we're gonna go, the clock on the wall is gonna strike 4 and I'm letting you folks out.
That
So
is,
please give me another 20 minutes of thorough paying attention and we'll start back up with this in the morning, okay?
and just so the jury is aware, I think we're gonna do a couple more witnesses because we have two people that can only testify tomorrow, and then start back up with this, just so they're aware of the schedule, but we'll end right at 4 p.m. today. So starting,
I'm not sure if that's a teaser. Folks, anyway, there you go. All right, go ahead.
starting clip 5 again, which starts at 1 hour,
Side of the
58 minutes and 41 seconds.
Missouri and the other.
Yeah.
Sounds like Crystal's mom, you told me, was from Texas, or at least showed up on your porch, basically,
Yeah.
from Texas. What about her dad?
Her dad's in Juneau. Well, in this town, actually.
Okay, so he's a local guy.
Yeah.
All right, what's his name?
Dale, I think.
The last name same?
Free.
Oh, okay, free. Obviously, it wouldn't be the same. She is here. Free. Like free, like F-R-E-E?
Yeah.
Okay. You guys get along?
I haven't talked to him in a long time.
Okay, did you?
Yeah, so.
Okay. All right. So no other areas?
Not that I know of.
All right, I just want to make sure we're covering all bases on that. All right. As far as we talked about the Menards thing before.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I really wanted to verify that with you.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think I have one of our guys that brought in when we were looking through some of the transactions that were going through at Menards. And there was like an air cooler at Menards. And I'm just trying to get the date. Yeah, I think it was oh yeah, there we go. So on the 23rd, so really recent. You told me earlier that you haven't been to Menards in a long time. You don't go to that one. On the 23rd, like 2 days ago, at about 12:35 p.m., there was an air cooler that was purchased at Menards in Beaverdam. Was any of that ringing a bell?
Mm-hmm.
There's also some, I don't know what it is, Santeen, whatever that is, but there was like 6 of those that were bought there. At about 12:35 p.m. at Menards.
I don't remember being there. Yeah, I do not remember being there. Yeah, I don't remember being there.
So some of these things that are matching what we talked about before, okay? You told me a lot about your life today. And I think you have a lot going on. Anybody would be in a tough position. From just our short contact today, you've endured a lot. And we've been working as hard as we possibly can to try to find and figure out what's going on with Crystal. Okay. We know the who, the what, where. Just need to know the why. We'll put some closure here.
I don't know where she is.
Okay.
I'm serious, I do not know.
Okay. Do you know anything more about where she could be, Zach?
No, I don't.
Okay. I'm trying to talk with you man to man. Okay. These kind of positions don't happen often in life, but it can make a major difference on the road we're going to take next. Okay. I know you haven't been honest with me, Zach. I need you to be honest with me.
I am being honest. I do not know where she is.
Okay.
I have no idea where she is. I'm serious, I do not know.
Okay. What since then has transpired? Because you're what you told me happened in the last 2 weeks. Didn't happen, Zach, and you know that.
Yeah, it did. I dropped her off, and that's the last I seen of her.
When you were at Walmart or Menards or any of these other places, or Wisconsin Rapids, or any of these other locations.
A Quick Trip,
At Quick Trip.
Ace Hardware, Harbor Freight.
Again, I have to get information from everyone in her life. The locations I'm giving you, belong to her, her bank account. And you've told me I was never there,
I don't remember being there.
but you were. Again, Zach, I'm just looking for the facts. That's our job, is to just gather information. And a big part of that is talking to people, which you've been talking with me, and we've, I think, got to know each other a bit. But when something like that comes up in front of me, it takes away what you've told me up to this point. If I get through this entire list, we'll get there. And every one of these videos, and every one of these surveillance locations, who's it going to show? Again, I'm just looking for the truth.
No, I'm telling the truth. I do not know where she is. I'm being dead honest. I do not know.
Do you remember what you bought there? Now that I've jogged your memory. We talked a little bit about it. I just thinking in the specifics.
I don't fully remember being there. I don't remember being there.
Would it help jog your memory if I go through some more on the list? What brought you up?
To what?
What brought you up?
Brought me up?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
From where you reside over to Beaver Dam on the 23rd.
I went to Goodwill. Looking for movies. And I bought some DVDs.
The 23rd?
Might have been. I don't remember the exact day. I know it was Sunday.
Mm-hmm. I believe before you told me that you went to a Goodwill. We had to talk about that and what you were into there and talk about the DVDs. And it was the day after the Dells.
Huh?
Mm-hmm.
I think we're going to Goodwill today after the else.
So if I look through some of the stops, we talked about a Goodwill. The week prior, the Wisconsin or Oconomowoc. You remember that? Wisconsin Rapids. Ever buying vapes anywhere? Okay. See you recognize that vehicle?
Yeah.
Okay. What can you tell me about that vehicle?
It's my old vehicle.
Again, we talked about you being a car guy.
Yeah.
You're pretty knowledgeable, turning wrenches, all that kind of stuff. Tell me about that car.
It's equals cross.
Okay. Do you remember being on Highway 13? '24th? At about 2:50 in the afternoon?
Mm-hmm. No, I don't.
Where's that car now?
I think we'll stop
I
there.
have no idea.
So we're stopping at 18 minutes and 11 seconds. And to clip number 5.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as I promised you, 4:00, we're done. As we obviously recognize how difficult it is to keep your attention up throughout the day, and we're so happy, honestly, that you guys have been able to do so. As kind of the reward for doing so, we'll break a little bit early today. We'll be back here at 8:30. Now, you're going to go home tonight, and the same rules apply. You cannot discuss the case. You cannot go on any social media. You cannot listen to any radio, watch any news accounts. You just, as I said, it is your responsibility, and you've put in a lot of hard work over the course of the last 4 days, and please do not destroy that by violating these rules. We'll be back in the morning at 8:30, and we'll hear some testimony, and then we're going to go back into this interview, I believe, a little bit later. So with that, and there's a better than average chance that I'll have some peanut butter balls for those of you who are one thumbs up. I love it. All right. There you go. All right. We'll see you folks in the morning. All right. And then before we take a break,
Break or done for the day?
done for the day is
I just want to be clear. Nothing from the state.
Just with regards to scheduling, I know we're moving a lot faster than our 3-week schedule. I spoke informally with the prosecutor. I think they'll be perhaps done sometime tomorrow. I don't know, but I just want to let everyone know that we'll only be ready to go even if they finish early tomorrow. We'll be requesting to start our case on Monday morning.
that I don't expect we're gonna.
I don't know if we'll be done tomorrow now, given this, because we only got, well, my math expert is over there, but we got through clip 4. I think that gets us about, I think we have about 3 hours and 40 minutes left of just the interview.
Well, I'm just I'm making a
Yes,
request to start.
I have
on
no
Counselor,
objection.
I absolutely don't think you need to stress out about it.
Okay. I'm just, we're juggling, perhaps we have to factor a lot and moving a lot faster than we were before. So we're making that request.
I expect that.
And I'm very confident the jury would not be distraught if I let them out a little bit early again tomorrow.
Okay.
So,
All right.
all right,
See you tomorrow.
we are adjourned.